never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Well, as much as I hate to do it, we've got to close out the weekend. Time zone to time zone, wrapping up a Sunday. Yeah, here comes a Monday. Back to the old grind, back at it for another week. Well, we had a great weekend. Downright hot weather. Hey, feeling like summertime. Yeah, for a lot of folks, it was pool weather kind of weekend. And you know what? It's going to be pool weather kind of week for a good portion of the country. We were talking last week about the big heat wave that was building out west. And that's where we'll start things off, because they're saying the magnitude of the heat wave across the west through this coming week may actually be one for the record books, according to the forecasters. And much of that heat out west is going to begin to build further into the central states. Now, even way up into the northernmost reaches of the country. When's the last time we saw excessive heat warnings? Actually, it's a heat watch, excessive heat watch, all the way up along the U.S.-Canadian border. Northern portions of Montana. Yes, we've got heat advisories and excessive heat watches. Red flag warnings all over the southwestern USA. The Four Corners region. We'll give you some of the numbers of what we anticipate this week. But it is, again, going to be downright cooking. Let's start here before I get into the heat. Let's check around the country. There's not a whole lot of precip to make mention of. But in areas where we do have some precip, it's pretty heavy rains, torrential rain, some thunderstorms. Let's start in the northeast. in central and north central portions of New York State tonight. Actually go all the way up to, say, like Kingston, Ontario. Some heavy-duty thunderstorms moving off the eastern tip of the lake into, again, western New York. Brocksville, you saw some showers and thunderstorms push through earlier. You got another batch of rain coming in there. I am not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings with these, but you're definitely going to encounter some torrential downpours. Most of the action's east of Rochester, but it's making its way toward Syracuse, New York. Rains from Oswego down into Geneva. Geneva, you're about to get hit with a pretty healthy thunderstorm. We move on down into Pennsylvania. Some light to moderate rain in the northern parts of the state, Towanda. You have some embedded thunderstorms that'll be pushing through areas north of Williamsport. There's a couple cells that may hold on through Williamsport. Most of the action now east of State College, Lewiston, Pennsylvania. You've got some pretty healthy thunderstorms pushing in that region as we speak. Then lighter rain all the way over to Lykens, Pennsylvania. Yeah, zoom back out again. We got to drop on down into south central portions of Virginia and some of the adjoining counties and northern portions of North Carolina. Now, it's, again, mostly light to moderate rain from Rocky Mount to Martinsville to Madison, North Carolina. Some of that rain may be moving in toward Greensboro in the next little bit. You get back a little further west. Wilkesboro. Yeah, some heavy-duty rains falling there. Crossing I-77. You're going to be slowing things down in that region of the country tonight. There is another batch of showers and thunderstorms. Northeastern portions of Tennessee. Just about to move into Tusculum. Everything's east of Jefferson City, but they're rolling along I-81 there in Tennessee. Some heavy-duty rains going to be pushing through your area. Most of these should continue to die off through the overnight hours. There's another pocket of thunder showers over toward, say, from Fayetteville up to Shelbyville, Tennessee. Next area is all the way down into Louisiana. Pretty decent line of thunderstorms from just south of Shreveport there in the northwestern portions of the state. Then you can kind of drop south central and southeasterly all the way down to New Iberia. You're going to have some heavy-duty thunderstorms pushing through there. Probably through the overnight hours, this line, if they hold together, they may reach areas from, say, Baton Rouge to New Orleans. Yeah, actually, I take that back. This particular cluster of thunderstorms is moving in the opposite direction, where you typically see from southwest to northeast. These storms have already pushed through Baton Rouge and are dropping from northeast to southwest, almost due south, through Louisiana tonight. Kind of an odd pattern for the movement of these showers and thunderstorms. Anything else to focus in on? Let's take out, we've got some pretty decent thunderstorms over the western portions of the Nebraska Panhandle. Those are moving into, they're going to move across north central Nebraska. Again, losing intensity over the next few hours. It won't be quite packing its punch. We had seen some severe thunderstorm warnings out of those here a few hours ago. And I believe the severe thunderstorm watch box that had been in place there, I'll refresh, that expired here at the top of the hour. So, you may encounter some gusty winds with some of those thunderstorms, but not anticipating them reaching severe levels as we progress through the overnight hours. All right, the heat. Yes, the heat is on. The hot pattern could set dozens of new daily record highs through the middle portions of June here, in addition to potentially setting new all-time high marks for the month of June as a whole in some locations. In anticipation of the ramp-up of the heat, the National Weather Service has issued excessive heat watches and warnings for parts of central and southern California, southern Nevada, western and southern Arizona, as well as Utah. Many of these alerts began on Monday and will last through Friday, June the 18th. The entire week. Temperatures more typical of July and August began to be felt this past day as the jet stream bulges northward, allowing that hot air to flow into the region. And they tell us the heat is only going to become more intense through this week, according to AccuWeather. In an area of the country that's no stranger to hot weather, the intensity and longevity of the heat wave is what has forecasters particularly concerned this particular go-round. Highs can trend as much as 25 degrees above normal at the peak of this heat wave. No easy way to say this, so we'll just cut straight to the chase. It's going to be very hot for a long time this week. That's the word from the National Weather Service in Salt Lake City via Twitter. Forecasters predicting Salt Lake City will tie or break its record highs every day through Wednesday. High temperatures near or above 100 degrees. The longest standing daily record that's going to be challenged was actually yesterday's record of 100 that has stood since 1918. By Tuesday, Salt Lake City's forecast high is 105. The record high, I should say, the all-time record high for June is 105. That may be in jeopardy on Tuesday. The city's record for consecutive triple-digit days of 4 will also be challenged this week. Yeah, Phoenix, the National Weather Service called the magnitude of the upcoming heat rare, dangerous, and deadly. Saturday was the city's first 110-degree day this year, and it's only going to get hotter. Through at least Friday, the Valley of the Sun is forecast to challenge or fully break high temperature records each day. High temperatures solidly in the 110s, 100-teens, in other words. You've got a significant chance to tie or break your record for consecutive 115-degree days, which is 4 consecutive days. That record was set on several occasions. 1968 was one year, 1979. We saw it in 1990, again in 95, 2 times last year. You know, on average, it takes Phoenix until the the first week of July to see high temperatures in excess of 115 degrees. You're getting an early start on your big-time summer heat. Las Vegas, another traditionally hot city that will experience the heat to another level through the middle of June. Tuesday through Thursday, Sin City forecast to approach 115 degrees, challenge record high temperatures that date back to the 1940s. It is rather unusual for Vegas to reach above 115, even in the hottest part of summer. The official reporting station has documented temperatures above 115 only 21 times, 21 years out of the last 73 years. So make sure your outdoor recreation plans are heat safe, as they call it. With climbing temperatures, you may be putting yourself at risk if you're not prepared. Adjust your times for cooler parts of the day and pack lots of extra water. Death Valley, California. There's another location very familiar with triple-digit temperatures. Going to be absolutely scorching by midweek. Wednesday, the high temperature could come within 10 degrees of the all-time high ever recorded at Death Valley, which was 134 degrees back in 1913. According to the National Park Service, at the very least, Wednesday's daily record high of 123 from 1917 could be broke. Average high for mid-June is about 110 there in Death Valley. But with this abnormal level of heat across the entire Southwest this week, cooling demand is going to increase, which may put a strain on the electric grid. Now, this is what I'm keen to be watching this week, because the heat is going to stretch from the deep southwestern portions of the USA widespread and continue reaching hot levels all the way up into Montana. The Dakotas are in line for potentially more triple-digit highs. That means we're going to have millions upon millions of people firing up the AC trying to stay cool. Experts urge visitors and even long-standing residents who may be kind of accustomed to these heat to limit your outdoor activity to the cooler times of the day. Drink plenty of fluid, spend as much time as you can in the air-conditioned buildings. And as I said, it's not just going to be the southwestern states with record warmth. Highs as far as north as Montana, according to forecasters. In fact, Billings, Montana, is expected to hit 104 degrees Tuesday. That would shatter the 1987 daily record of 98 degrees. Further west, clouds and showers from a slow-moving storm should keep the coastal areas of the northwest cool. But it may not be completely dry across the interior west either. Could see a few pop-up thunderstorms possible over the higher mountains in Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and even Arizona this week. While bringing beneficial rain to some of the drought-stricken areas, these pop-up thunderstorms also may pose the risk for igniting new fires. The risk for wildfire spread will increase with the heat wave, even in the absence of lightning strikes. Well, with the tinder dry grass and brush, the smallest spark may quickly spread into a large wildfire. Use all the caution that they advise with outdoor activities out west. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to see this heat continue to build. While the west sizzles, the heat will continue to spill into the plains this week. Temperatures expanding northward, triple-digit highs all the way into the Dakotas, again at times. There may be some relief on the horizon. Most of the central and northern plains have seen a lot of heat so far this June. After a scorching start to the month here, the heat wave continues across parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota heading into the week. So far this month, the average temperature for Minneapolis, way above normal. They've already set new daily records 3 times. You recorded 9 straight days, June the 3rd through the 11th, with high temperatures at or above 90. That streak was broke on Saturday. You hit a high temperature of 87. It was close. Bismarck, North Dakota, that's another example, running nearly 13 degrees above average here in the month of June. You've also set 3 daily high-temperature records, including a stifling 106 degrees on June the 4th, the 3rd hottest June temperature ever recorded there in Bismarck. The heat's also putting additional stress on the ongoing drought conditions in that region. Recent thunderstorms have helped to keep the drought from getting worse, but done very little to actually cut it back. While the northern plains have been more extreme compared to normal, much of the central plains, you've also been sweating as well. Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, Denver, all several cities, several degrees above normal. In much of the central plains, some rounds of heavy rain and thunderstorms have punctuated the heat at times. That's also helped to stave off drought conditions. These areas are not going to escape the extreme heat, though. After the heat is trimmed slightly, as we wrapped up the weekend here, we get the new week. Monday and Tuesday, the heat begins to build in the west, expanding into the plains. Many areas are going to be back on the rise. Temperatures to the upper 90s and even triple-digit highs will reemerge in some of the hot spots. Wednesday's expected to be the hottest day. Temperatures in many locations climbing into the triple digits all the way from eastern Colorado and western Kansas into northern South Dakota. Humidity is also going to be a factor, further increasing what it feels like when you step outdoors. For areas further west, closer to the Rockies, humidity there is going to be a bit lower, so it won't feel much higher than the actual air temperature. But places, say, from Wichita to Topeka, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska, humidity levels are going to be creeping up between now and midweek. That means in areas further east where highs may only top out in the 90s, it's going to still feel like you're in the triple digits and hotter than areas further west. So amid the heat, isolated thunderstorms will also be possible for the region. Not anticipating any sort of a widespread thunderstorm event, but forecasters say a couple of small clusters of thunderstorms could form in the region each afternoon, then continue into the overnight hours. That's kind of what we're looking at, over in parts of western Nebraska as we speak tonight. Those should begin continuing to die out over the next several hours. It's probably not going to be enough rain to provide drought relief. But still, for those headed out in the evening or nighttime hours, double check to make sure those thunderstorms haven't developed nearby. If you're looking for more substantial heat relief, there is some hope on the horizon. There's a couple of cold fronts that are going to sweep south out of Canada this week. The first is going to focus on areas further to the east, from the Great Lakes into the northeast. It will have just enough westward influence to trim the heat in places like Minneapolis on Tuesday. But the main thrust of the relief from the heat arrives Thursday into Friday as that cold front dives south through the plains from the Canadian prairies. That front could have the potential to drop temperatures back to normal levels for this time of year toward next weekend. In other words, just prepare yourself. It's going to be a downright hot week for much of the country. Even areas further to the east still dealing with some summer-like heat. You did get a bit of a break there in the northeast over the weekend, didn't you? You saw temperatures trimmed back a bit. And, of course, especially with those showers and the thunderstorms in the mix, pushing through parts of New York tonight, they're actually moving in the typical direction from west to east. Again, pushing through Kingston, Ontario, making their way towards Syracuse over the next few hours. I guess we'll start off with our friend Wheelchair Dave. If you're up with us, Dave, go ahead and dial us up. What a weekend for race fans. As Dave says, unbelievable the last 4 days. I'll compare it to Memorial Day weekend. It was that good. First off, Chevy gives Monkey Gouger his birthday present over the weekend. Yeah, Monkey Gouger celebrated a birthday Saturday. With Kyle Larson winning the $1 million at the All-Star NASCAR race this past Sunday night in Texas. He better be calling in. Chevy puts a spanking on those jabbergrappers. You'd think Kyle Larson would be just plumb worn out because, of course, he raced all week at Eldora Speedway. Okay, so, Dave, I was kind of locked in through the weekend to all the action there at Eldora. Caught the Wednesday and Thursday night action from the studio here once I got off those respective Thursday and Friday mornings. Then I watched Friday and Saturday's action live. Was that exciting, or was it somewhat, I don't know, just disappointing? When one driver comes into such a massive event as this was at Eldora over the weekend and just dominates everything. That's what unfolded with Brandon Overton. That's got to be this guy had the biggest payday of his life in dirt racing over the weekend. History was made. Never again. 2 races in a row. It was the dream. So this past Wednesday night, the action got underway. Preliminary races, heat races, and things like that. And they had 2 25-lap features that were $10,000 each to win. So at least you had 2 winners there. Brandon Overton was the winner of one of those heat races. So he picked up $10,000 the first night. Thursday night, the Eldora Dream, the 27th late model Dream, $127,000 to win. Brandon Overton went on to win the Dream, the 100-lap feature with all the biggest names in dirt track racing. How many cars were there, Dave? I'm saying it had to be well over 100 cars, because in some of those heat races, You'd have 15 cars in a heat race. Top 3 get to move on to the big event kind of thing. I mean, that's how many. You had to be good. Yeah, there were some last chance scrambles and things of that nature to get some drivers in, but you're starting way back in the back of the pack. So on to Friday. After the 27th Dream at Eldora, wrap things up. Yeah, that was this year's Eldora Dream. The 2020 Dream had to be canceled last year because of the pandemic. So everybody reset, and we're going to start all over again with preliminary races and 2 $10,000 to win 25-lap events on Friday night. Brandon Overton again wins the 25-lap feature that he was in. There's another 10 grand. Saturday night, you work your way up to the main event, $126,000 to win. Yeah, $1,000 less than what this year paid. That was last year's Eldora Dream, which none other than Brandon Overton goes on to win. Do the math. It's like a 200, he won over $250,000 dirt track racing this weekend. Talk about a big payday. But just, like I said, I would have liked to seen some other drivers, some of the guys that I was pulling for. Dale McDowell didn't really have the best of weekends. It was a big-time off weekend for Scott Bloomquist. Yeah, Scott Bloomquist has 8 Eldora Dreams under his belt over the years. Obviously, he's a longtime veteran. Another one of my favorite racers was Billy Moyer. Yeah, Billy Moyer didn't have a good Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I guess when they did the draw for the heat races Saturday, even to just get into the starting field for the Dream, the $126,000 payday, he was buried way back in the heat race, realizing that that the competition was so intense there, that he said rather than tear up equipment, possibly wreck the car or whatever, he called it a weekend and didn't even race, didn't even get in to the Dream there on Saturday night. So back to Wheelchair Dave's email. So big payday for Brandon Overton, as well as the local small track racers. Well, the small local track guy puts a spanking on all the pros in races. Yeah, Corey, what's his name? Yeah, Saturday night was the opening of the SRX series. I did not tune into that. I'm going to have to catch that from the archives or whatever. I was glued into Eldora. And so this small track guy who actually beat all the big names, the NASCAR, the IndyCar, the Trans Am drivers. And what a cool series. A sellout of 10,000 people in the stands. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be sold out as the SRX series travels around the country for their 6 races this season. The IndyCar double at Detroit, unbelievable as well. What a hard driver race course. I did not see the incident. He said, thank God Alex Rosenquist will be okay. Had an incident where his throttle was stuck wide open. No brakes, straight into the tires. The force of that wreck was so incredible, it pushed the concrete barrier apart. So I'll have to check. I'm sure that'd probably be on like a YouTube video or something now. An incredible crash, but they say he's going to be okay. Thank goodness. And further, I believe the IMSA series stole the show at Detroit. My, what a race weekend, Steve. I hope to get a chance to maybe call in. All right. Yes, Dave, hope you can. Love to hear from you. All right, what'd you do over the weekend? I know there was lots of other stuff going on. We did have one baseball game. Little Avery had a game. Rowan season's in baseball's done. I think Avery's got a couple of games left. But that was fun there, midday Saturday. Had to feel for those young boys out there. It was 90-plus degrees. Humid was way up there. hot for the youngsters playing ball out there, but had a good weekend. All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. And, of course, as always, around the country, jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. Who wants to be first out of the box as we make our way into a Monday morning here? I just click over and I'm looking at my the restream, which normally would show me the comments everybody's making, where I check in with all of our friends, and somehow the screen was blank. So if you want to start over again, say, hey, good morning, what's going on, you can do that. But I'll get messages from this point forward. But everybody that's checked in here in the first 30 minutes of the show, I had to miss. Got a lot to cover as we make our way into a Monday here. As I said, lots of interesting industry headlines. I don't know where to begin with developments. Very, very interesting report in regards to the vaccination program around the planet. It's the global program. I think we'll be hearing in our updates here momentarily that we're going to be donating. I had the G7 summit, right, over the weekend, whatever, and the World Health Organization, I guess, the G7, all the big countries involved teaming up. I think they're going to, put out 1 billion vaccine doses, try to share vaccine doses around the world. We'll get some of those numbers, but there's what is headlined as an urgent British report that calls for complete cessation of COVID vaccines in humans. Cessation, in other words, we need to stop. Well, we have to at least pause this. We need to do more research. And they break down everything that's been transpiring. And we'll share that with you, as I said, rather interesting. Think we all know it's this great experiment that's taking place. It's the grand experiment with the vaccination program around the world here in 2021. So again, our number is 844-844-3388. Wide open lines. Who wants to be first out of the box here on a Monday? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israel will welcome a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett will assume office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett, saying in a statement that his administration is fully committed to working with the new Israeli government to advance security, stability, and peace for Israelis and Palestinians. Biden and Bennett also spoke by phone, where they agreed to consult with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And as the G7 summit closed on Sunday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the 7 nations have agreed to donate 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine to the rest of the world. In a statement, Johnson said those doses would be distributed either directly or through the UN's COVAX program. He announced earlier this week that the UK would donate 100 million doses over the next year, along with President Biden's announcement that the U.S. would be donating 500 million doses starting this August. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out.
Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Monday. Hey, we got a full 5 hours, me and you. It's a two-way street. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Let me see now that the restream is actually working, where I can see the posts, whether it's the Overnight Drive Radio Facebook, YouTube, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. First message I got was from Philip, who says, "Hey, Steve, happy to find your show. Just found us. So glad you're back." Yeah, we've been here since, January the 11th. If my counting is correct, we're into our 115th episode this morning. It would be 111, I guess. Yeah, 110 Friday, 111 today. 15 will be coming up Friday. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Watching on the TV at home. 76 degrees, very humid, 86% humidity. Well, just chilling out for a few days while my truck's in the shop for ABS and traction control warning lights. Joy. Yeah, according to when I get it back, I'll be headed to LA or Miami. I'm leaning towards Miami so I can stop in Auburndale, Florida, and see my brand new grandnephew. Well, congratulations there. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Todd checking in. Good morning. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Be safe out there. And let me see, got an email from Santa Claus out west. He said, FYI, Highway 99 through Sacramento will remain closed in both directions until Wednesday morning due to bridge construction. Traffic's actually being diverted onto the city streets and I-5. Caltrans is telling us they're anticipating 2 to 3 hour delays. Oh, and by the way, later this week, Sacramento should hit 111 degrees. That is hot. Boy. Hope your AC's working well there, Santa Claus, right? Because you're going to need it. All right, let me jump up here. Scrapyard, I believe you're in Arkansas. Got something going on. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, no. Hold on there we go. All right. Yeah, not much, my brother. Yeah, out there on I-40 westbound, mile marker 94 at Atkins, Arkansas. They're doing the road paving.
Mm-hmm.
They got out there and they ground up the right-hand side of the road. There's no signs out there saying uneven lanes, and the barrels have been pulled out of the way, and signs that were telling you to go back to 70 mile an hour. Well, out there, it's in such a bad state what they ground up right there on the right-hand shoulder that I almost got in a wreck, and a driver behind me almost did as well there. If you're going westbound on Interstate 40 in Arkansas, mile marker 94, do not be in that daggum right-hand lane. It's pretty bad.
So you say they don't have any signs posted telling trucks to stay over to the left or anything? Or?
No, sir. They've been those construction crews working on I-40 down there have been real bad about that lately. They had a strip down there was on the eastbound side down there around Blackwell about the 101 that caused several wrecks, but the state enforcement on it didn't step in and tell them to get some signage up.
Wow.
Over the past couple of weeks, there's been several wrecks out through that stretch out there between the 94 and the 101.
So what's the deal? The pavement is so uneven that obviously it's throwing your truck, one way or the other.
Yes, sir. They're doing that resurfacing. Well, they went out there and they grounded using those machines. It carves it up and they recycle the asphalt. And but they don't have it marked. They don't have any barrels up. And they did a bunch of initial work, but they left it in such a state it's incredibly dangerous.
Wow. Okay, not good.
Yeah. And so I figured, I better call and let y'all know and all that, because that was pretty rough while ago, and I don't want nobody to have to go through that, because, that's a wonder I don't need some dry underwear.
So your recommendation is for the trucks to stay in the left lane, which they have not tore up yet. Is that your advice?
Correct.
Okay. About how many mile stretch is that? Is it just a short zone they've tore up, or they're doing all that construction basically from 107 up to the 94, but it's when you come out of the construction zone. They did some, like I said, preliminary work at the end of the construction zone, and that they're going to continue on later, but they left it in a very unsafe condition, and it's not marked. Okay. Very good. All right. Well, I'm glad you pulled through safely. Wow.
That makes two of us and all that. My poor old mama will sure be pleased.
Yeah, some white knuckle driving, right?
Yes, sir. And all that down. And the thing of it is, I'm driving with one hand tonight. That I had a little incident Friday night working on my cabin. I had a altercation with a skill saw, and it won.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the power equipment typically tends to win against us.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got a little sliver of wood caught in the guard section between the guard and the blade, and it held the guard wide open. And I was done using the saw, and I went and set it on the countertop, and it tumbled off the countertop, and not thinking expensive piece of equipment. It's like oh hell, and I shot my left hand out to
grab
to protect my investment, and that blade, because the guard didn't fold up like it was supposed to, needless to say, and all that, it bit me pretty good.
Ooh, ouch.
Luckily, it wasn't running. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But all in all, brother, you have a good evening. Be careful.
Thanks for the heads up there. Appreciate it. I'm sure the drivers out there, those listening in, appreciate. There you go. So clear lines at 844-844-3388. Dragon Slayer says, hello. He's checking in this morning. Sean, is that really your handle? Stool Sample checking in. Have a great week, everyone. Come on now. What's your handle? Stool Sample. Wait a minute. Evan, a.k.a. the Show Dog, checking in here on a Monday. There's got to be an interesting story behind that handle. All right, under our industry headlines, let me start there. I'm sure you're all going to be running out first in line for this new technology, right? Because you so love having the cameras watch everything you do, every move you make. Trucking tech provider Omnitrax has debuted a new driver-facing camera system that can reportedly use machine learning and artificial intelligence to detect multiple distracted driving behaviors while a truck driver's behind the wheel. Last week, Omnitrax announced the debut of Smart Sense for Inattentive Driving Plus, which uses integrated cab-facing cameras and sensor-employ artificial intelligence and computer vision to detect suspected sleep, drowsiness, cell phone usage, smoking, or even general inattention, alerting drivers to take action to avoid a collision. According to the press release, the company says that the distracted driving AI has developed using data from more than 300 million analyzed driving safety events and more than 30 billion driving miles across all transportation sectors. Using two cameras built into a single unit, the solution provides complete visibility of the entire cab and details of the driver's face, eyes, and hands to identify drowsiness, again, sleep, phone usage, cigarette use, seatbelt use, and other critical driving behaviors. It's only with two cameras that a fleet truly knows if a driver is attentive or not, even if the driver's wearing sunglasses. Inattention is a pandemic, one that has become increasingly worse, says Omnitrax Chief Technology Officer. Smart Sense for Inattentive Driving Plus addresses this problem head-on using advanced technologies and analytics to keep our drivers safe and help all of us get home safely. Omnitrax did release a video that demonstrates how the technology works. They said the system will be available this summer. All right, who gets to be the first fleet out of the box to put this new camera system on their truckers? I know it's been a hot debate. Yeah, many drivers absolutely can't stand it. There's been companies that have installed these things and had drivers leave the company saying, I didn't get into this business to have someone watching every move I make 24 hours a day, right? All right, next up, the loss of a driver while on the road, or a driver's inability to get home to their family in a time of crisis, is painfully stressful and complex. We've all by now heard of truckersfinalmile.org, an organization that does everything in their power to help alleviate the financial and emotional burdens of drivers and their families. It was back in January of 2018, while on delivery in Utah, a veteran driver passed away far from his home in Phoenix, Arizona. His family was in a predicament. The cost, the distance, the details, it was a nightmare of logistics, compounded by grief. But the driver's brother knew what to do. He reached out to Robert Palm, the CEO and founder of truckersfinalmile.org. His brother later posted a tribute to the aid that Truckers Final Mile rendered to the family. Not only did they help with the cremation, they assisted in getting my sister a flight to Utah to view him and escort his remains home. He remembers that to add to the stress, the grieved family of 9 siblings was concerned about their 90-year-old mother would pass away because of the turmoil and grief surrounding the loss of her son. The late driver's brother remembers that during the process, Robert listened and helped accommodate several schedule changes, even a last-minute flight change, so my sister could return early to care for our ill mother. And in honor of the deceased driver's military service, Robert arranged for my brother's ashes to be presented to my mom by the Patriot Guard along with an American flag. As my brother was a retired Army serviceman, we were treated with respect, care, and always with the utmost dignity. We're so grateful. Truckersfinalmile.org has received the spot as the top professionally rated charity in the trucking industry. And they have truly earned those stripes. In the event of a driver that's disabled by an accident that they may have on the job, Truckersfinalmile.org tailors the trucker's home to accommodate their disability needs. One driver had a major collision while on the road, and they stepped in to partner with a local church, building a wheelchair ramp onto the driver's home. Truckersfinalmile.org also provides the children of deceased drivers with Christmas presents, even giving a college scholarship to the youngest of these recipients. They also help drivers facing an immediate emergency at home, coordinating and funding transportation to truckers so they can get home to take care of their family. In one instance, they helped the driver get home safely when he found out his wife had stage 4 cancer, was dying. Another time, they helped a driver with air transportation when they found out a family member was in a serious accident. They flew them home to Atlanta from Oklahoma City, where the driver was out on the job at the time. Recently, a CDL Life Turning Point Summit. Leah Shaver, the CEO of the National Transportation Institute, recognized the outstanding work of truckersfinalmile.org with a $2,500 donation, where she said, we're proud to partner with NTI by matching their contribution. So there you go, truckersfinalmile.org. And those sort of scenarios, they happen a whole heck of a lot more than we'd all like to think. Whereas drivers may be out there, they feel ill. They may call someone and say, hey, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to take my 10 hours and see if I feel better, and never wake up again. It happens way more than any of us realize. All right, look at it, 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Red Mule.
Steve, in regard to these here cameras, I suggest it might be just as valuable as big trucking companies if they put a camera back there on the trailer so that they could see what the driver was doing to the trailer. I come down I-15 this past day and come up behind a truck. I don't know who it was, some little outfit out of Illinois. He's going up a little incline about 30 miles an hour. Had his flashers on, Steve. I'll give the guy credit for that. He had his flashers on. Smoke just pouring out from underneath that trailer. And I pulled up alongside of him, tooted the horn so I could get his attention. And pointed to the back. He rolled the window down. He, couldn't even be bothered looking in the mirror. And then he took the earbud out of his left ear and took the earbud out of the right ear. And I yelled at him. I said, "You got smoke coming out of your brakes." Well, he was smart enough to get off there, but I don't know. Maybe, Steve, if they had one of those dash cameras on them hands, they'd see them with them earbuds in their ears and put a halt to that. But I just got to wonder sometimes where they find some of these people.
Yes, sir.
Steve, this past week, I stopped there in Barstow at my favorite Mexican food for Gringo's place and went to go inside, 2 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever, and they had the lobby locked up, and I was fixing to use my phone, call them, and bring it out to me. I go in there all the time. They know me pretty well in there. They like to give this old man a hard time, and I always order the same thing, and so sometimes they have it ready before I get it paid for. I told that little gal, a couple of cute little gals in there, I told her, I said, "Don't you ever do that if I come in there with my wife, or I'm going to be in big trouble." But anyhow, she brought my order out, and I asked her, "How come you got a lobby closed up?" She said, "We just can't find enough help."
Wow.
I hear that all over the place. Well, this past day, I stopped at the one there in St. George coming out, and they were closing their lobby up too. Same thing, can't find enough good help. So, Steve, I come on down I-15. I get there to Las Vegas, and traffic flowing pretty good. And, pay attention to what's going on. Well, there's one of these strip joints or whatever it is, gentlemen's clubs, whatever, over the side of the road said, strippers get paid more. Steve, do you reckon these hands that they're hiring these pole dancers, you reckon they're having a hard time getting help because the government's paying them pole dancers more to stay home than what they're making out there doing their job?
Could be.
That's the only thing I can figure out of it. So, hey, Steve, I think I'm bringing something up. Am I the only person that has a problem listening to your show? And this is generally down here in California on Android phones. And I'll be going along listening to you, and it'll drop it and reach over the button and light it up and hit the button again and turn it off, and then you'll come on again for a while. And then there's some places down here I have to do that several times. I don't know. Have anybody mentioned anything like that to you?
Going back, a couple months ago, it seemed like that was an issue, and I'm trying to recall. Several drivers said it had something to do with the way your settings were set up. Maybe some of our listening friends that remember it. You got an Android, right?
You got an Android, and like I say, it seems to happen more down here in southern California than it does anyplace else. But I just think that up. So, hey, Steve, what I was calling in this morning, I don't think much get me confused, and I may have misunderstood this. I thought I heard one of them financial guys say the other day that China was dropping their subsidies on solar panels. Did you heard anything on that?
It seems like I did catch briefly on a news break or something about that. I'll have to do a quick search, find the details, but you think that would be significant?
Well, yeah, you'd think so, but you'd think it'd be repeated several times. I hadn't heard anything on it, and who knows if there's any truth to it or not. Speaking of China, Steve, have you ever tried to learn a foreign language?
Ever kind of what?
You ever tried to learn Chinese or foreign language or anything?
I took 1 year of Spanish when I was in middle school. I took 1 year of French in high school, and I didn't do good in either.
Hey, I've tried to learn Spanish several times. Don't do too good on it. I think I'm learning a little Chinese here, Steve. See, Steve, I know I've never called in and said anything derogatory about this Peterbilt truck. Never done that, have I?
Yeah, no, you haven't. No.
I bought this truck 7 years ago, and I just had to replace the cab airbags on it again for the third time. And when I went into Peterbilt last time, the old boy was complaining about it, and the old boy laughed, and he said, well, if you made them more in a year, you're doing better than most of them. And so anyhow, I had to replace them again the other day. But, Steve, I know these are authentic Peterbilt parts because it's got the big old Peterbilt logo stamped on the side of it. I mean, it's a big problem that you can't miss, that oval and Peterbilt in the middle of it. But, Steve, I'm beginning to think that Peterbilt oval made in China. What do you think?
I don't know where the parts are made.
I'm just saying that Peterbilt logo is the same as if they printed on there made in China.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Stevie, you talking about how dry it is, or how hot it is out west?
Yeah, I know you're cooking out there. I mean, you're down in Utah. You're going to be what, 110 degrees this week?
We probably are, but Steve, we are so stinking dry. I got an attachment there goes on that backhoe, post hole digger, the auger type deal, and got some neighbors down the street from Australia, and I went down there to help them dig some post holes there. And, usually you can dig down, you get down a foot or two, and you start hitting some moisture. We went down 3.5 feet, and it was so dry that, usually you can lift that auger back up out of the ground, there'll be a lot of dirt stuck on it, but it was so dry that dirt it was just like sand in an hourglass, just slithering right off there. So I wish you and AccuWeather would send us some rain. So, Steve, that's all I got for this morning.
I think I'd have a little better luck sending the monkey gouger some rain than I would you. I don't have much pull with Mother Nature out west there, but yes, you really could use some rain, something fierce. All right, plenty of room for you here on a Monday. Jump on board at 844-3388. We'll get a news update here. Lots to cover as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israel will welcome a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett will assume office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett, saying in a statement that his administration is fully committed to working with the new Israeli government to advance security, stability, and peace for Israelis and Palestinians. Biden and Bennett also spoke by phone, where they agreed to consult with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And as the G7 summit closed on Sunday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the 7 nations have agreed to donate 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine to the rest of the world. In a statement, Johnson said those doses would be distributed either directly or through the UN's COVAX program. He announced earlier this week that the UK would donate 100 million doses over the next year, along with President Biden's announcement that the U.S. would be donating 500 million doses starting this August. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death. Erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The Centers for Disease Control are investigating several hundred cases of pericarditis in younger people following their second dose of COVID vaccine. More than 200 cases have been confirmed in people under 30, with several hundred more reports being investigated. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb says those cases shouldn't keep people away from getting a shot. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CBS's Face the Nation that it's not clear that the vaccine caused those cases.
I think it's something that the CDC and the FDA should be looking carefully at. I don't think people should be nervous about it right now. I don't think it changes the risk-benefit balance for this vaccine. Right now, these cases are clustered in people 18 to 24, men more than women, about 80% of the cases that we've seen of men. There's been about 12 million people vaccinated between the age of 18 and 24. We've found 275 cases. It's not clear that there's a causal relationship between the vaccine and these cases. If there is, it's probably an inflammatory response from the vaccine. We know the vaccine creates an inflammatory response.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Florida school has documented the pandemic through the eyes of its students. Mike Fortier has more.
When students returned to in-person classes at Umatilla Elementary School in Central Florida, they were asked to write down their experiences while under lockdown. Their stories were combined into a book called Through Their Eyes. School media specialist Loretta Vroman reads one excerpt.
It is hard for my family to think that people are losing everything in life. I am sorry for them, and people are dying every single day. There are a lot of cases around the world, and that is sad.
The book proved popular among parents, and soon grandparents and others were asking for copies. The school complied, and Vroman tells Orlando's News 6 they even put a copy of the book into a time capsule.
They were concerned that people in the future will not know what happened. Many times I've been asked, what if people forget? How can we make sure people don't forget?
That time capsule also includes masks and a UV light. It's set to be open in 20 years. From the USA Radio News Florida Bureau, I'm Mike Fortier.
And Novak Djokovic has captured his second French Open title, beating fifth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas in 5 sets. Djokovic lost the first 2 sets 7-6, 6-2 before storming back to win the final 3 6-3, 6-2, 6-4 to claim his 19th career Grand Slam championship. He's now just one behind the record for major titles shared by Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer. He's also halfway to a calendar year Grand Slam, having also won the Australian Open back in February. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, here we find ourselves live in the Hot Shot Secret Bunker on a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend, right? And they go by so fast. So here we are, rolling into, 14th day of June. Next weekend, coming up, it'll be Father's Day weekend, next Sunday. Yeah, June the 20th, which actually just so happens to coincide with the first official day of summer. And as we know, it's definitely feeling very summer-like much of the country. Of course, around the country, plenty of room for you as we get the new week started at 844-844-3388. Tank checks in this morning. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Where did the weekend go? Yeah, my sentiments exactly. 87 degrees here in Memphis. Hooked up, heading out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. You sure? Did you say 87? Is it that hot there? Looking at, looks like we're like 72 outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker here. That's what my thermometer says. So, yeah, but more like your typical summer nights. Actually doing a good job of starting to warm the pool water up. You had a very warm, a couple of 90 plus degree days over the weekend. Yeah, a lot of sunshine early in the day. You know, you get to the midday, the heating of the day, clouds do begin to build. Had a few showers, a few rumbles of thunder. It's a typical summer-like pattern we've got going right now. Get back to the calls here, and who we got on the line?
Good morning, Steve. Ocala bound.
Ocala bound. All right. It got Ocala, but that's all it got. Okay. What's going on?
Hey, I'm just commenting on those cameras. When is it all going to end? When is it going to, it just seems like all the time they're coming out more technology that's just spying on the drivers. I'm glad I'm 58 years old. I'm not going to be doing this much longer. It just changed so drastically since I came out here back in 2003.
The one thing that kind of caught my attention on that is that they can supposedly this thing can detect eye movement, you know, like whether your eyes are drowsy, even if you've got like sunglasses on. I don't know how the heck that works. And then we know historically that there's a much higher prevalence of smoking in the trucking industry versus other occupations. A lot of drivers smoked, and I mean they're citing smoking as a distracted driving behavior. I don't know if are there companies out there that have implemented no smoking when behind the wheel policies and things like that? Are you aware of?
Well, now with this company, my wife smokes. I run teams with my wife. She's a casual driver. She doesn't come out all the time, but she used to run teams with me all the time. But she just got too burnt out on it, you know?
Right.
Just being out here 2-3 weeks at a time and never home. Yes. And then you get... I don't see how smoking's distracted. I think she'd be more distracted if she don't smoke, you know.
Yeah.
Because she tried quitting smoking before, and it's damn near impossible. I just feel that if they have all this technology, they really don't need a driver. Where does personal responsibility come in on all this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like safety wants to drive the truck and tell you, just insult your intelligence, you know. I've been out here and I have 2 million miles without an accident and no tickets and everything. And I don't need a camera spying on me. I just don't need it.
Well, like I said earlier, I mean, it's a big debate. Many of the companies, safety directors and whatnot say that, they're a great tool to be able to use, to sit down with the driver and explain this or that, hey, these are the things you're doing that are making you less safe, but I know that, most of the drivers I'm familiar with don't like the idea of having a camera in their face watching every move they make.
Yeah, well, things are going to happen out here, you know. It's like sausage being made, you know. It's sometimes not a pretty sight. It's just not. You got to respond instantly to something that occurs on the road, you know. The camera's not going to pick every little thing up. And I really don't have a problem with with the camera facing outward, it's just the one that
looking in,
watching the driver.
looking at the driver. Yep, and
Yeah.
I think you are in the 99 percentile. I don't know anyone that really has a problem with the forward. That's in most cases that's your witness. That depicts what transpired. The car or the truck that cut you off, whatever the case might be, and that's definitely a safety tool.
And if somebody cuts you off, that inside camera is going to incriminate you, and then it's going to make things even worse for the company. By the time they get sued for a driver doing something you should have done, but the car also cut them off, it's just going to open up another lawsuit.
Well, I appreciate you checking in, Ocala bound. Where are you headed tonight? Headed for Ocala?
No, we could use some rain down there in Williston, Florida, though.
Yeah.
But no, I'm up on the New York Thruway right now. Actually, I'm in Massachusetts now. I was just on the New York Thruway.
Well, thanks for
all right.
Thanks for
Well,
checking
that's all
in.
I had.
Yeah, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning. Be safe out there in Massachusetts now. All right. And it's 844-844-3388. Now, I will just share the information with you, and you take it for what it's worth. As I've, myself and many of the listeners to this audience, it's like the overall population at large, where it's somewhere, last I heard, 20-25% of people that don't have confidence that the vaccine development for the COVID-19 had enough time to go through proper testing, and they're fearful of what may come in the future. Many people use the term, I don't want to be a guinea pig. You've heard it all, right? Headline reads, urgent British report calls for complete cessation of COVID vaccines in humans. An urgent preliminary report of what they call yellow card data issued by the UK-based Evidence-Based Medicine Consultancy, Ltd., submitted to the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA, states that the MHRA now has more than enough evidence on the yellow card system to declare the COVID vaccines unsafe for use in humans. So in the UK, I guess they have what they call the yellow card system, where if you've paid any attention, you should be familiar with, in the United States, we have something called the VAERS system, the VAERS. It's the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. So like our system, the MHRA describes the purpose of their yellow card system as providing, quote, an early warning that the safety of a medicine or a medical device may require further investigation. The report, signed by Evidence-Based Medicine Consultancy and EBMC Squared, the CIC director, Dr. Tess Lowry, says, we have searched the yellow card reports using pathology-specific keywords to group the data according to the following 5 clinically relevant categories, which are bleeding, clotting, and ischemic, ADRs, immune system, ADRs, pain, ADRs, neurological ADRs, ADRs involving loss of sight, hearing, speech, or smell, and pregnancy ADRs. Report goes on to say, we are aware of the limitations of the pharmacovigilance data, and we understand that information on reported adverse drug reactions, that's ADRs that we were talking, ADRs, should not be interpreted as meaning that the medicine in question generally causes the observed effect or is unsafe to use. We are sharing this preliminary report due to the urgent need to communicate information that should lead to cessation of the vaccination rollout while a full investigation is conducted. According to the recent paper by Seneff and Nye, potential acute and long-term pathologies, including pathogenic priming, which I don't know what that means, multi-system inflammatory disease and autoimmunity, allergic reactions and anaphylaxis, antibody-dependent enhancement, activation of latent viral infections, neurodegeneration and prion diseases, the emergence of novel variants of SARS-CoV-2, the integration of the spike protein gene into the human DNA. It is now apparent that these products in the bloodstream are toxic to humans. An immediate halt to the vaccination program is required while a full independent safety analysis is undertaken to investigate the full extent of the harms, which the UK yellow card data suggest include thromboembolism, multi-system inflammatory disease, immune suppression, autoimmunity and anaphylaxis, and antibody-dependent enhancement, ADE for short. The report concludes the MHRA now has more than enough evidence on the yellow card system to declare the COVID vaccine unsafe for use in humans. Preparation should be made to scale up humanitarian efforts to assist those harmed by the COVID-19 vaccines and to anticipate and ameliorate medium to longer term effects, as the mechanism for harms from the vaccines appears to be similar to COVID-19 itself. This includes engaging with numerous international doctors and scientists with expertise in successfully treating COVID-19. There are at least 3 urgent questions that need to be answered by the MHRA. Number 1, how many people have died within 28 days of vaccination? Number 2, how many people have been hospitalized within 28 days of vaccination? Number 3, how many people have been disabled by the vaccination? It's all questions, but as so many have said from the beginning, we're all learning on a daily basis. The scientific community is learning on a daily basis. And as I said, I'll just share the information, take from it what you may. With that, though, rolling up on 20 past the hour. Plenty of room for you here on a Monday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Chevy Guy. How was your weekend?
It was great. I hope yours was too. I noted in that study that you said they've been saying for a long time that pregnant women should avoid the shot.
Yep.
But now they're talking about giving that the COVID shot to very small children. Nobody knows. If you hear a person say they're an expert on COVID or expert on these drugs, he's lying to your face. He is a liar. Tag him as a liar. I repeated what I heard on your show last week on Facebook. On a political site, I said, COVID, the fact that only half of the CDC employees or personnel are currently vaccinated, what does that say? Well, of course, Facebook comes in there and puts that warning up that COVID's all this. COVID's being monitored, COVID's on it. I said, yeah, you can say all you want there, fact checkers, but the fact is half of the people that are pushing it on us ain't taking it.
Yeah.
And then leave it at that.
The prime
Now, I
example,
didn't call
Chevy
because-
guy, the big example.
Go ahead.
You look at these social media outlets that were censoring anyone that said anything about the virus emanating from a lab in China for a whole year. They censored any talk of that, saying they knew the truth. Turns out they didn't. And for them to be censoring any sort of a doctor, a scientist that comes up with new information, to try to censor that, saying we know more than the doctor or the scientist is, they're a big tech company. They don't know squat.
Oh, you know it. Hey, we're Americans. You know, they were down there in St. Louis loading up the Conestoga wagons, and they knew very well. I mean, hey, if we go, we might face hostile Indians, we might face fever, we might face, things that we'll lose our family or we lose our life, but they still went out there and they lived their life. Some said, nope, because I'm going to take that COVID vaccine and I ain't going to get on that wagon and go west. And so, there's nothing changed. I mean, there's threats to everybody, at every generation. There's threats to everybody's life. The reason why I called was the camera deal. Yeah, we have the facing cameras on my previous, my employer. And, I mean, I can tell you some stories, aggravate you to death, but I will just say the plus, the man sat down with me, my employer, and he explained, hey, in Charlotte, fella come off the ramp, zigzag right in front of our truck, come up against the guardrail, come back, directly right in the center lane. It was on a 3-lane section. And then slammed on his brakes. Our truck hit him in the rear end. And he said, now, Terry, I've never, ever seen a time where a truck rear-ended a car and won any kind of lawsuit. He said their insurance company, when first thing they did was call up and say, get ready to write a check. And he said our lawyers sent a video of the situation, and it turned around. That guy's lawyers called back and say, how much do we need to write out this check for? So he said never ever before did he ever see a trucking company not have to pay out automatically. The video evidence was there. Now, the stupid stuff they get on drivers, one driver reaches down to get, a sandwich out of his bucket. You were saying about cigarette smoking. Yeah, that too. You got to listen to what these promos are. They talking about safe driving, distracted driving, eating and drinking. They ain't telling you anything but what they're going to do. They're saying they're going to make sure that eventually you won't be able to lift a cup of coffee. Hey, sometimes in most of these modern trucks, the only improvement they come out with these trucks is they got 2 coffee cup holders instead of none, like in the beginning.
Right.
Where you had to set the doggone. Go ahead.
I said, that's no coffee cup holder. Okay, where are you going to put it, between your legs?
No, on an old R model Mac, you could set that coffee cup down by the shifter, and it would sit there all day long. But if you tried to set it anywhere up on the dash or a seat, it'd flop out. And, those plastic things hanging on your door seal, they'd flop out real quick. But guess what? The cameras are in. The cameras are in this little company, and we done it to ourselves. Now, I run the speed limit. We've got guys that's doing 20 miles over the limit. I guess we've had wrecks, but even though you ain't got cameras, the insurance company can still monitor your speed. Well, they already told us 2 weeks ago we're down the road, I'm running the speed limit, and here comes one of our flatbeds just flat out. All I can say is, buddy, I don't want to ever hear you complain about the cameras. But the good news is my current employer, the brother of my first employer, I've been sitting between the name of this family on the doors for 20 years. I'm working up to 21 years now. They're good people, so I'll tolerate what I can. I ain't going no place else. But thank God they did. I called up the supervisor. I said, "Is it inward facing cameras along with outward?" He says, "No." He said, "They're all going to be outward facing cameras." Okay. And I got to admit, they won me over on the outward facing cameras. But there's part of us that do this job, and we do this job because we don't want to punch a time clock. We don't want to go to one tiny spot, 4 foot by 4 foot, every day at the same time and punch in the clock. I know you got that little chair there, and I apologize for that. But some of us like to feel free, like to work our own hours, and we've been able to do that in trucking all these years and not have anybody look over our shoulder. And boy, I tell you, with them cameras looking in, and I was, the only thing that got me on one time, I'm going down the road and I'm talking on the CB, and just a 1, 2, 3. I mean, I reached up to scratch my nose, and that's a violation because the wheel ain't being held. So next time I'm going about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, heading home one day, and hit a bridge, that light, I could see that light flashing on. So I pulled my hands off the wheel and said, "Here, there you go, hands free. See, the truck don't wreck." I got a couple seconds. And besides, if you have a blowout, and I've only had one, and if you've got your thumb sticking inside that wheel, and that spindle comes around on that wheel, and it will snap your finger all the way back. So you'll lose control of the wheel anyway. So, you got seconds there. You can grab that wheel, something happened, and like the expert said, accelerate, and you'll save it. Well, when I accelerated the steering, it didn't save it. It pushed me over into the lane next to me. So I'm getting a little tired of all these experts, man. They're COVID, cameras, but when it comes to this time, buddy, I'm all for the cameras outward facing, but I'm not going to say a negative word about it, because the driver's been told, and they keep going, they keep hammering down, and I just, what can you say? We're asking for this stuff you're talking about, and about the cameras in the eyes and in watching the condition. I've heard of that a long time ago. I guess it's coming here, and I'd say before I'm out of trucking, I'm 64. Before I'm out of trucking, I believe that they're going to end up, because it's the insurance industry that's running the country now. It's not politics. So, I think they're going to push it on all of us. I dread the day. I feel sorry for you younger folk, and I will be very apologetic to all of you. You people young, under 50, listen, us baby boomers, we didn't leave you with much, man. And we were handed a free country. We were handed prosperity, and we're not leaving you much of anything. We're leaving you on a downhill climb, and I just hope that y'all get out and you vote right, and don't give up. And in less than 2 years, we can save this country, or we can let it go. And other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, enjoy the show, and I'm not going to get depressed. I don't care. I love what I do. I love what I do. So.
All right. Well, Chevy Guy, thank you much. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there. And we get our news break here. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the G7 summit closed on Sunday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the 7 nations had agreed to donate 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine to the rest of the world. In a statement, Johnson said those doses would be distributed either directly or through the UN's COVAX program. He announced earlier this week that the UK would donate 100 million doses over the next year, along with President Biden's announcement that the U.S. would be donating 500 million doses starting this August. And 4 states have become the first to end federal unemployment benefits for their residents. Alaska, Iowa, Missouri, and Mississippi ended the expanded federal assistance for nearly 340,000 workers in their states. More than half of states have announced plans to wrap up the federal assistance. The program, which provides an extra $300 a week federally, has been extended through September. The governors of those states argue that as their economies reopen, the extra benefits are no longer needed and could be keeping some from seeking employment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Chevy guy was talking about all the experts. I'm an expert. Right? Well, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, suspended by YouTube, cannot upload videos for 7 days, with the Google-owned video sharing platform accusing him of spreading misinformation about COVID treatments. He confirmed. He writes, YouTube's arrogant COVID censorship continues. How many lives will be lost as a result? How many lives could have been saved with a free exchange of medical ideas? This suppression of speech should concern every American. Spokesperson for YouTube told Fox News that one of Johnson's videos was taken down because it violated its policies and claimed he was spreading medical misinformation. Quote, we removed the video in accordance with our COVID-19 medical misinformation policies, which does not allow content that encourages people to use hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin to treat or prevent the virus. By doing so, Johnson said that YouTube's move to censor him suggests they've accumulated too much unaccountable power. Big tech and the mainstream media believe they're smarter than medical doctors who've devoted their lives to science and used their skills to save lives. They've decided there's only one medical viewpoint allowed, and it's the viewpoint dictated by government agencies. To which, as we mentioned, he said, how many lives will be lost as a result? How many lives could have been saved with a free exchange of medical ideas? Does it not really sound much like the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party's censorship of what anyone can say about anything? Let's see. Shorty says, any news on the I-40 bridge in Memphis opening back up? You know, Shorty, the only thing that I've seen is the fact that they finished phase number 1. Phase 2 was, I guess, the larger project where they're actually going to replace those beams that were cracked there in the bridge. The update from late last week, this maybe will help you out a little bit. We shared this Friday morning. The Arkansas DOT did make changes to the traffic patterns near West Memphis as traffic diverting away from the I-40 bridge is causing major congestion problems on the 55 bridge. All right, so the Arkansas DOT, along with the city of West Memphis, came up with a solution for the congestion problem on the I-55 bridge. All right, obviously, the unusually high traffic on the 55 bridge is what's causing the problem. So they started last Wednesday. I-55 southbound is now reduced to a single outside lane just before the western I-40/I-55 interchange. I-40 eastbound already narrows to a single lane at the 40-55 interchange. Exit ramps at 7th Street and Ingram Boulevard are now closed to I-40 traffic. I-40 traffic will continue on, in the inside lane. I-55 traffic will continue in the outside lane through Ingram Boulevard. The middle lane will be closed to separate eastbound traffic between the western and eastern I-40-55 interchanges. East of Ingram Boulevard, eastbound traffic will transition into 2 adjacent lanes. The I-40, I-55 on-ramp at Ingram Boulevard is closed. Now, they were expecting these changes may reduce the merging points, and that's what they're hoping would reduce the conflicts and improve the traffic flow there. They've had several days of it now. Again, starting last Wednesday. I haven't heard from the likes of Brain Dead. I don't know if Big Sexy's been through there. Maybe they can give an update on whether it actually did improve the flow when they get an opportunity. So hope that helps you out there. That's about all I know at this point in time. No, haven't heard anything as to when it's going to be officially reopened. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we've heard from the Cool Breeze. How you been?
I'm doing pretty good now. I'm starting to get healed up and been a hermit in my cave down here in Florida and just taking it easy from the major accident. I come into 2020, January 31st of 2020 with a major accident. Broke my neck, broke 4 ribs, all that just to bring everybody up to speed. Yeah, it's been a little while. I've just been, I didn't feel like doing much for a while. Totaled the car, totaled myself. Lucky again to be alive through another accident. I mean, the motorcycle got me 4 years ago. So now I don't have a car. So I did get a settlement out of it. Somebody made a wrong move and it was totally the other person at fault. And all the years, what's funny about it, Steve, is all the years I drove a big truck. All the years I drove a big truck and I step out of a big truck after so many years, probably, I figure about 5 million miles under my belt. They weren't all accident free. But I was never in an accident that anybody had to go to the hospital in an ambulance or any other thing like that. But, and I was so fortunate to get all those years in pretty much accident free. I mean, once in a while I backed into something too hard or something like that. I mean, some companies that are unfortunately under the ATA, they take that down as a chargeable accident for whatever reason. But I was never in anything serious in all the years I drove, and many, many years. And then I get out of it, I retire. I've been retired 4 years now, and went to doing Uber and Lyft for something to do to get me out of the house. And I started thinking about it. Whoa, man, I got this little bitty car. I'm out here in the traffic with the idiots constantly, in heavy traffic, in light traffic, in rain. And it was just a matter of time till it happened to me, and it's put me down completely out of business now. I'm on Social Security, and I recently got disability too. So wow. I'm in good shape. Just stay at the house. That explains why I hadn't called in a little while. Believe me, I thought about it.
That would explain
more than once. I thought about it.
So with you said broke neck. So would you have like a vertebrae broke, but you didn't have any like paralysis, spinal cord injury, anything?
No. The ambulance guys that took me out of the car, I knew it was a little car when I bought it. A Toyota Prius is a small car, and I don't know what they keep making cars smaller and smaller to get better gas mileage and such.
Sure.
But the ambulance drivers that helped me get out of the car said, number one, you're lucky to be alive. Number two, you're lucky you're not a quadriplegic. I fractured the C2 in my neck, which it's still carrying some pain on it now, but not nearly what it was a year ago. I'm on some pills that keep the nerves down where it's not attacking me, And one thing I got to ask you, Steve, are we cruising this year or what? This is my year.
No, we don't have anything lined up at this point, Cool Breeze. I know Chris is he's been talking about we got to get something lined up, ready to go, but the Hot Shot Secret Super Cruise. What do you say? Exactly. The Hot Shot Secret Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Cruise. Yep. That's, I don't know. I've just been kind of sitting back waiting for I guess they had been kind of on again, off again about mandating the vaccine and departing Florida there. But I guess what your Governor DeSantis said, they're not allowed to ask if you've been vaccinated. So are they going to allow unvaccinated on Carnival and whatnot?
It's a good question. They're shooting for the end of August, probably September, and different. It depends on which cruise line. Different cruise lines are doing different opening dates and times. And from what I hear, they're doing cruise, kind of free cruise things. So they want 1,000 people to come and get on the ship and maybe go out and make a U-turn out there in the Gulf of Mexico or in the ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean out there, turn around and come back and just do a little practice cruise and then see. And then I heard from one of those that there was 2 people in one particular cabin that came down with coronavirus. So that wasn't a good thing, but that's the only one I've heard about is just 2 people on one cruise. So that's pretty good odds, I guess. But they're cruising from other ports besides the United States. But most, you know, like I do, I mean, Carnival and a lot of them, they're base plated, if you could call it that, to relate it to trucking. They're base plated out of other countries. So I don't know what'll happen. It'll be interesting. But they're talking late July, August, somewhere in there that things are going to kind of be opening back up. So I've got my ears open. I'm listening for it down here. If I can line anything up for you and give the information, I'll definitely do it.
Fair enough. All right.
But
then how about your...
I'm glad to be alive.
Yes,
very glad to be alive and glad not to be a quadriplegic. Definitely.
You said 4 ribs as well. I've always heard broken ribs are very, very painful.
Yep, they were, but oddly enough, I've never, ever in all the years I've been driving, and I started driving at 7 years old. I learned how to drive a 4-speed Volkswagen Bug out in the middle of the desert in southern Arizona. Okay, my dad took me out there in the middle of the desert, and he said, "Now watch my feet." And I'm watching the brake and the clutch and the pedal and the 4-speed and all that, and how to get it in reverse and all that. And he bought a 1960 Volkswagen Bug way back in 1960, brand new. And I believe, I was just a little kid back then, but I believe that he only paid $2,000 for it back then. But things are a long way from that. But in all the years since I was 7 years old, which makes me about 60 years driving, it's just crazy. It's all just crazy, you know. And then consequently in later years, my parents still had that Volkswagen Bug. 2 days after I actually got my real license at 16, which I'd been driving all those years already, I was hamming it up on a dirt road right after I got my license, had some little kids riding with me, and flipped that Volkswagen 3.5 times in the air, and it came down on the top. And guess what? At 16 years old, I had a broken neck in that accident. So no more little cars for me. I'm done with little cars.
Time for you to buy a Hummer.
Well, I'm looking at GMC Yukons or something in that neighborhood.
Those
kind of like Escalade, possibly.
They'll cost you, but you gotta. It's more like driving a tank than a VW.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. And then I want to get back under a V8. I mean, I was surprised how much pep that little Toyota Prius had to it. And you can't beat the gas mileage. Oh, my God. I did the numbers on the gas mileage on a daily basis because I would fill it up every night when I was done with my shift at 1 or 2 in the morning because I'm kind of drove half night, half daytime as much as I could. But I was only working part-time doing that. But I crunched the numbers on that Toyota Prius. I got as high as 80 miles to a gallon with it. That's just unbelievable.
Wow.
But now if I get a Yukon, I don't think you can fill them up at the price right now today. I don't think you can fill it up for less than about $100. And if you keep your foot in it, it's crazy. It's crazy, Steve. It's good talking to you. Good hearing you. I did listen in a few nights, and I was tempted to call in, but I was just like, no. I better rest tonight, you know. But I'm definitely doing better and getting back on my feet, coming out of the hermit cave and getting away from this you know what that we've all been going through. What a crazy year.
Yes, sir. Well, good to hear from him. I'm glad you pulled through. And I'm glad you're still with us. Cool breeze. Yep. As we all know, everything, your entire life can change in the blink of an eye. Which I guess that's a good point. We can share this story. Out there on the roads, the number of people whose lives are changing every day. According to the report, a person has been killed or injured in a road rage shooting every 18 hours this year. They analyzed data collected by Gun Violence Archive and discovered that road rage incidents involving firearms have been consistently on the rise since 2018. A third of road rage incidents involving guns that occurred from 2016 to 2019 ended in death or injury. The number moved to 50% from 2020 to 2021. That increase has led to a monthly average of 42 deaths in the last 12 months. People are going crazy out there on the roads. You know, I guess it used to be if you pissed somebody off on the roads, you'd hear the horn and probably get the signal that you're number one with the middle finger. Yeah, for whatever reason. Nowadays, somebody pulls out a 9mm and starts shooting at you. The monthly average for road rage shooting deaths was 22 for the prior 4 years. Both the number of incidents involving guns and the number of people wounded or killed have been going up every year. They're on track to reach an all-time high this year, they say. Yeah, we don't know what's driving this increase. We do know the pandemic brought about all kinds of new stresses. Yeah, record increases in gun sales. But we've seen an increase in shootings. The data suggest that this increase is playing out on the streets and the highways. What to do, right? Well, I'm sure if you asked the gun grabbers, they'd say, well, we just need to take all the guns away and that would solve the problem. Well, of course, we know better than that. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Trust you had a good weekend?
Good weekend, yes.
There you go. So I sent you a couple pictures there from what I did Saturday. We had a little tractor pull deal go on, and we had a couple trucks show up there from the Mason-Dixon chapter for the American Truck Historical Society, and yeah, that was after all the rain we'd had all week. And Friday, they said through the week and Friday there, they had over 5 inches of rain out there at that location out in Frederick, Maryland. So any of the grassy areas, they were trying to have a little flea market and stuff, and all the grassy areas there, they were still pretty soggy, and any low spots in them there was standing water. So you had to kind of watch where you were stepping a lot of times there, unless you had some good shoes on. But we had a good time there, and as I say, we had a couple of trucks. One was a hot rod. It was an old GMC style truck. There was I always forget the numbers of them. There it was a pretty common truck. It was kind of on the lines of what Ford had out there for their 700, 800, 900, or in the diesels would have been 7,000, 8,000, 900 or 9,000 series. It was on that style, and they had it cut down and they made it into a street rod. So I didn't know if you might be able to take that picture, and I don't know if you can take them out of the email. And
that's the one I'm looking at. That's the wild thing. Old number 7 Tennessee whiskey truck, right? Was that a drag truck or a pulling truck?
That actually has a fifth wheel on the back, and he just rides around as a street rod. But he said that the man that built it told him that the way they built it, that truck could go and pull if they wanted to. But it's got the 8V71 in it there, which is 318 horsepower, which is the same as in my old Pete. And the only difference is he just got a set of Jake brakes put on it there. So with a large, tall stacks there, it's pretty loud there. And course, with the Jake brakes there, everybody from, I don't know, a little bit more than a mile away with him coming down the road before he got off the exit. We all heard him coming.
Really?
So it's a pretty cool thing. And the other truck that was there was a Brockway, and he had a small Cummins in it, but he'd done a lot of work on that truck himself, and he extended the frame 35 inches and set the cab back another 10 inches from where it originally was. And in doing that, he could take the short hood off the truck, and he put the long hood that normally covered up the Detroit V12. That was a two-stroke V12 instead of the V8, and that was a pretty awesome motor in itself there they put there. They used to call that a buzzin' dozen underneath the hood you had. But the only trucks that had that were those big motors that had those long hoods, and so he stretched it out and got an original hood from a V12 and got that put on. But
now, whose was the
famous picture?
Whose was the white truck there with the Hot Shot Secret logo and the little homemade sign? Steve Sommers, overnight drive, midnight to 5 a.m. Who was that?
Yeah, I got told that I'm going to have a banner when banners are made. I got told that I'm going to have a banner to replace that piece of cardboard. That's the best I could do at the time for the time I had and allotment and materials to use.
Yeah.
So I'm not as quite qualified to do that as I think Lester made up some good brochures for you, but I didn't have any of Lester's brochures up here, so we did the best we could, but we made sure that you were known about. So anyways, I don't know, we were all kind of parked down in the corner, so we had a few people walk by, but not the amount of fans I'd like to see be able to know about you, but we'll work on that. We got a couple more things coming up. So.
Okay.
But Kyle did get back to me there with all the emails and everything, and I greatly appreciate that. So at some point we'll start working when I'm working on his time of the day or he's working on my time of the day, and somehow or another we'll get a conversation struck up.
Good.
But anyways, there. So we had a good weekend. But there for Chevy guy, he was talking a little bit about the inward-facing cameras and outward-facing cameras and that. I've carried an outward-facing camera, and I think, did I send you the video there, the wrong-way driver that I had?
You did.
I
yes.
thought I did a while back.
Coming down the ramp right at you. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm pretty pleased having the outward-facing camera, but the people we pull the propane trailers for, their company trucks have the inward-facing cameras. Safety department watches them pretty regularly. And I've heard that they actually give them a little notification once in a while when they take too long shifting their manual trucks that they don't have two hands on the steering wheel. If they take their shifting hand off the steering wheel to shift and they leave it down on the shifting lever, they give a notification if they don't bring that hand back up off the shifting lever and get it back on the steering wheel, so that they have two hands on the wheel at all times there, they say. But I don't know. I think that's a little bit overreach in the micromanaging department. But anyways, there. So I'm not too keen on those inward ones. But he was also talking about the insurance, how the insurance rules the world at this point. And I've said for a long time there, the biggest problem we have in this country is lawyers, and the only thing that insurance companies and politicians are as organized lawyers there. What do you say to that situation?
Yep.
And so anyways, that's my opinion on that. But the way Chevy guy was talking, he was saying that he doesn't know what our generation is going to leave for the next generation. And you get back looking at it, what do all parents want for their children, Steve? What is the biggest thing you've always heard that parents want for their generation is their lives to be, their children's lives to be easier and not as hard, to have a better life than what they had.
Right.
And with that comment, is that what the problem is? Have we made our children's lives, and did our parents make our lives too easy? Do we not have to work hard enough or understand the struggles of people that came through the Depression, lived through the World Wars, and had to make a living and made a good living, but worked hard for it.
Yeah.
And had to save and have we gotten too much instant gratification now? Is the instant gratification that our kids have and our grandkids have? Because I mean, if anybody wants something now, it's get on your phone, go to Amazon. It'll be here in a day or two. And in some places you get it within an hour. We'll pay for it at some point down in the future and all that. But has it become this life is so easy and we don't have to pay for what we have?
Mm-hmm.
Have we caused this all ourselves?
I would have to say to some extent we probably have. Yes, it's. I don't know exactly when it started, but for many of those, the generation that we have coming up today, undoubtedly. I don't know. Maybe it started with when did Dr. Spock come out with his? Remember that book many, many years ago, Dr. Spock? You don't spank the kids. Yeah, that whole sort of thing. No discipline. And then came the generation of you're going to get a timeout. And we got a little bit behind here. A pause for a news update, though. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the G7 summit closed on Sunday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the 7 nations had agreed to donate 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine to the rest of the world. In a statement, Johnson said those doses would be distributed either directly or through the UN's COVAX program. He announced earlier this week that the UK would donate 100 million doses over the next year, along with President Biden's announcement that the U.S. would be donating 500 million doses starting this August. And 4 states have become the first to end federal unemployment benefits for their residents. Alaska, Iowa, Missouri, and Mississippi ended the expanded federal assistance for nearly 340,000 workers in their states. More than half of states have announced plans to wrap up the federal assistance. The program, which provides an extra $300 a week federally, has been extended through September. The governors of those states argue that as their economies reopen, the extra benefits are no longer needed and could be keeping some from seeking employment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
The average price of regular grade gasoline rose 2 cents to $3.13 per gallon over the last 3 weeks. John Clemens reports.
The price did reflect an increase of 95 cents higher than this time last year. But according to industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the spring demand rush has yet to commence.
The spring demand rush, as we might normally call it, simply did not materialize so far because of price, because of general inflation, and because the work commute is still grossly reduced.
The highest average price across the nation is the San Francisco Bay Area at $4.31 a gallon, compared to Baton Rouge at $2.60. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And one of the victims of Saturday's mass shooting in Austin, Texas, has died of his wounds. Austin police say the 25-year-old man died around noon on Sunday. He was one of 14 people shot early Saturday morning at a popular downtown bar district in the city. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new
Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus currently accounts for about 10% of the COVID infections in the U.S., something that Dr. Scott Gottlieb says is likely to go up. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that he expects it to become the dominant variant in the country and even possibly cause a spike in cases in the fall.
So this is more contagious. It appears that people who get this virus have higher viral loads, and they have those viral loads for longer periods of time, so they shed more virus. Right now in the United States, it's about 10% of infections. It's doubling every 2 weeks, so it's probably going to become the dominant strain here in the United States. That doesn't mean that we're going to see a sharp uptick in infections, but it does mean that this is going to take over, and I think the risk is really to the fall that this could spike a new epidemic heading into the fall. The vaccines seem to be effective. The mRNA vaccine seems to be highly effective. 2 doses of that vaccine against this variant. The viral vector vaccines from J&J and AstraZeneca also appear to be effective, about 60% effective. The mRNA vaccines are about 88% effective. So we have the tools to control this and defeat it. We just need to use those tools.
And actor Ned Beatty has died. Best known for his roles in the movies Deliverance and Network, Beatty's career spanned more than 150 films and television shows. He was Lex Luthor's henchman Otis in 2 Superman movies and was nominated for a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for his role in Network. According to his manager, Beatty passed away Sunday at his Los Angeles home, surrounded by loved ones. Ned Beatty was 83. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get some of other industry headlines coming up here. As we said, lots to cover on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Yeah, what a big racing weekend it was. Tell you, the crowd at Eldora, listening to some of the announcers, they made it sound like that may have been the largest crowd ever at the track that Tony Stewart built. Actually, how many years ago did he buy that? But that's his place. As far as dirt tracks are concerned, with all the action they had there, 4 consecutive days or nights of racing action, kept that track in really good condition. I flip around via Flow Racing to some of the other tracks around the country, and on any given weekend, now, the dirt tracks are really difficult to get set for racing. You get your cars out there, and as the hours progress, they really start digging big ruts. And there's a lot of times where those ruts get so big that a car will go slinging into a turn sideways, turn 3 into turn 4, and they'll hit a rut and it'll literally flip the car over. So tip of the hat for whoever it is, all the folks that it takes to prepare and maintain the tracks. Did a great job at Eldora. Meanwhile, top headline for this hour. Yeah, we're all noticing you. You're paying more, right? Paying more for everything. Oh, you've definitely noticed the prices at the pump, haven't you? A lot of folks going to the grocery store and beginning to notice a little bit of sticker shock. And it's across the board. Grover Nordquist, he says, quote, "The steps President Joe Biden is taking are on purpose and driving up inflation at numbers that resemble those that came along with former President Jimmy Carter in the 1970s. Now, he's the president and founder of Americas for Tax Reform. He said, all right, you make a list of the things Jimmy Carter did to get his double-digit inflation. Biden's doing all of them. Inflation's gone up by 5% since Biden took office. And Biden's bad decisions are the reason. They're doing regulatory efforts to raise the cost of energy on purpose. So people will have prices go up. They want the gas price to go up so you drive less. You know, the whole carbon thing. They want home heating oil to go up so you'll use less of it. They're doing that by funding competing energy that they have to subsidize to push prices, all the prices up. They're shutting down various pipelines, of course, which drives the price up. He went on to say with the various spending bills that have come into play, they're going to be printing money because they're going so heavily in debt. They're adding $6 trillion of unnecessary spending on top of their already too expensive budget. Meanwhile, Democrats want to take over the energy industry and make it completely political. In other words, completely under their control. They want everybody who produces and uses energy to either beginning a subsidy or be tapped. So that whether you win or lose, it's not about how hard you work. The Democrats are trying to make a gap. They're trying to make a grab on the energy sector, healthcare, and more, so everybody subsidizes everybody's tax. Nobody gets anything unless the government says so. And the inflation that comes from printing money is just one of the costs they have to bear. And their goal is to change election laws so they can win the elections, even though they're going to be widely unpopular 2 and 4 years from now. Yeah, that's what your H.R. 1 is all about. They know people aren't going to be happy. Well, hey, Biden fans, are you happy today with what he's accomplished thus far? I mean, the list is so incredible. Fair question. All right, back to the calls here. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Horse Feathers. Hey, I noticed the cicada invasion here in our area is beginning to fade away with each passing day. The emergence is complete. When the males mate, they start dying off. The birds and the squirrels and the critters are all still feasting on those that are still out there. But have you noticed things getting a little quieter there in Maryland?
Yeah, things are starting to quiet down a little bit, starting to be a little more livable outside, and actually finding more of the dead ones on the ground more than anything is the biggest notice of change. Is that you walk around and there's always 10, 12, 15 new dead cicadas somewhere when you're walking around on the sidewalk or the driveway or something. Gonna have to get the leaf blower out pretty quick just to get the cicada carcasses out of the way. But anyway, so Cool Breeze there, he was mentioning the cruise lines, and he did bring up that the two cases on that one cruise ship. Now, supposedly, from what I saw, if I saw it right, that cruise line was one that was owned by Royal Caribbean, and supposedly everybody on the ship was vaccinated.
That is
all
correct.
The crew and all the guests were all vaccinated. So So supposedly, I don't know, somehow somebody got it. A couple people got it, and I don't know. I guess the vaccination isn't 100% foolproof. And with that, there's a bunch of I guess it was the Johnson & Johnson ones that they determined that got processed in this I don't know, you call it a lab or manufacturing facility or whatever here in Baltimore, that where they mixed up the two. They put the AstraZeneca in the Johnson & Johnson, and somebody put chocolate in my peanut butter and peanut butter in my chocolate, but it didn't come out tasting two great tastes that taste great together. So those doses are all going to have to be destroyed now. And so, of course, there's a cost to that, which nobody has said how much that's going to be. But that company is going to be able to continue on producing more vaccinations. So I don't know. How can somebody, other than the weatherman, how can somebody screw up that bad and still have a job the next day?
I did see that the UK has banned the use of the Johnson and anything coming out of that facility there in Baltimore. They're not going to accept them.
Yeah, I don't blame them. So the next question is here. Speaking of the vaccinations, now that G7 thing just happened, and they had a couple other leaders from other countries come to take a big picture. So they actually had more than 7 in the picture, but I don't know. I don't understand that. But anyways, they announced there that they're going to have 1 billion doses. That's with a B as in boy, 1 billion doses for the world.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
And so 6 of the 7 countries are going to supply 500 million doses, 500 million for six countries. I guess which one country that was represented at that G7 is going to supply the other 500 million doses, 500 million. Guess who's going to supply that to the world?
That's
Any
us.
ideas?
That's us.
Yeah, U.S., United States. You're screwed. That's it. Now it's not United States. It's you're screwed. But nobody's put a price tag out there. What is Pfizer charging per dose? How much does Pfizer receive for producing, the 1 billion doses or the half a billion, 500 million that the U.S. is going to purchase? Where's the price tag on that? Has anybody come out and said that? I don't know.
Somebody's making a pretty penny on this. We know that.
Yeah, and now what I want to know is how many of these politicians have stock. How many of these politicians own stock in Pfizer and are capitalizing on this drug being made? Can we look into that? Do we have a financial research department that can check in to see how much all these politicians are capitalizing on this drug being made, all of them being given to around the world? But anyways, there's all my bad news for the day. How's that for starting out a Monday, Steve?
Yep. Hey,
you're doing pretty good. You were keeping it pretty upbeat with all that good racing report and all that. Look at what I did to your show.
Well, somebody's, I think it was Representative Carl over the weekend that says, he wants an investigation to how much Dr. Fauci has profited from the COVID-19. Question he asked, here it is. Alabama Representative Jerry Carl sent a letter Friday demanding that House Speaker Pelosi open an investigation to examine what he calls contradictions between Dr. Fauci's emails versus his public statements. Yeah, that the current state of bureaucrats has way too much power. Now, he says, I've opened up a can here that I want them to understand. These bureaucrats have got to be held responsible when they have that much power, that much influence like Fauci has had over the last year. We got to hold them responsible. Of course, being the director of the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Disease, chief medical advisor to the president, he then reflected on Fauci's emails and that he said, I'm riding down the road. I looked at these 3,000 plus emails. I read maybe 700 of them. And my mind's trying to figure out, why would someone report something to their colleagues and tell the public something totally different? He said, my thought, the only thing that would make sense to me as a businessman was that Fauci may have profited from his change of directions on some of this, his theories, his opinions. At the least, I think it's worth looking at. He posted a copy of his letter to Pelosi on Twitter, which read, I urge you to direct the committees of jurisdiction to investigate the contradictions between Dr. Fauci's emails and his public statements and determine if Dr. Fauci financially benefited from those contradictions. As one of the highest paid government employees, the American people deserve to know if Fauci profited knowingly or unknowingly from his public statements. Now, what would you think the odds of his, he said unknowingly. He had no idea he was going to profit by doing his flip-flop there, right? And while we're on the topic of Fauci, China expert Gordon Chang says, it's hard to see how Fauci can remain with the National Institutes of Health after all these revelations. If he had any sense of decency, he would resign. Fauci did flip-flop. He did try to hide the origins of COVID. But there's something else, that he was America's top infectious disease officer, and he failed to warn the American people of this disease regardless of the origin. In December of 2019, January of 2020, Fauci should have been yelling and screaming about this, yet he wasn't, and that's a failure of his primary responsibility. He tried to throw the United States off the trail when it comes to the origin. That's because he was behind a lot of the funding of the Wuhan Institute. Fred Fleitz, president and CEO of the Center for Security Policy, who was also on the show Saturday, commented about the White House press secretary Jen Psaki's contention that Biden, the administration, will not be firing Fauci as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. The emails show he clearly knew there were many experts who thought that this virus originated from a lab. The fact that this virus was circulated, well-known information that the biosafety procedures at this lab were very weak. It was in the State Department cable that was available publicly early on in 2020. Now, Fauci was either playing politics or he was incompetent. Either way, he has to be out. I think he was playing politics. He knew well, very well, what this was. But he was part of the liberal conspiracy to blame the virus on Trump to defeat him in the election in November. Fauci also sounded off this past week about people who criticize him. Chang said he should be defensive, going back to fiscal 2014. All the way back then, his part of the National Institute of Health provided funding to EcoHealth Alliance for the specific purpose of sending the money to China for the bat COVID research, coronavirus, I should say. And he knew, he had to know this was gain of function research, because even if it wasn't in the terms of the grant, even if it wasn't contemplated by Fauci, there was research that was published early on that showed that the researchers in China were using these techniques at their research at that particular facility. He continued to fund it, but all right, let me flip over to Wheelchair Dave. How the heck are you this morning?
Steve, well, what a weekend. Should we call that the Eldor, a Brandon Overton Sand.
My. I mean, the guy, he was untouchable.
Man, I know that you were getting a kick out of all that stuff.
How about the fact you go back to, I think that was after Friday night's racing action. Was it Thursday night? Or he got to spin what they call the wheel of disfortune, where they're going to, whatever number it shows up on, they will invert the field. So he was scheduled to start on the pole. He could spin a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I mean, respectively, have to start from that spot. He could have started 6th. He spins a 0. What were the odds of that? I mean,
my God!
They say on that the wheel of disfortune, there's only 1 0 on it, so it's like he spun a 0, so he got to start on the pole. Nobody got inverted the next night. He was in the cat seat.
Wow! Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was an incredible weekend.
Wow, that's. Now, I personally, I catch flow. I don't have a prescription like you do. I catch it on YouTube like the day later.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Which I just haven't broke down and done all that. Hell, I still got my flip phone. I haven't. I remember a time where you didn't have nothing, and I think a snowstorm was with the Firebird, and you had to walk to a dealership through the snow at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, sir. About froze my ass to death.
So that 8-time Bloomquist didn't do too good. I tell you, I wouldn't want to be in his pit if he wasn't doing very good.
I don't know. I've heard he's a pretty temperamental kind of guy. Is that right? Is that what you hear?
Yeah. You think A.J. Foyt likes to throw stuff?
He had his fair share of issues. Not a good weekend at all. Didn't qualify well. I don't even think he made the big show for the first Dream there on Thursday night, and then he did make the field for the second, but he had some sort of an issue that took him out pretty early in the race.
Hey, on Cool Breeze calling in, that was good to hear from Cool Breeze, and let me extend to him. I'm glad he's not in a wheelchair either, like myself, because it's no fun.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yep. No fun, whatever.
So
but,
I didn't. How about the?
Come on, Jimmy Monkey Gouger, give us a call.
What about the What is it? The SRX series? I did not catch that Saturday night, but was it a dirt track guy that beat them, or what? Who was that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It was. It was a guy named Kobe, and apparently he was the local track guy for that speedway there, small speedway.
Okay.
Stratford or something like that. Stratford, Connecticut. Just a small little track, and the kind that we like. Kind of hard to believe 10,000 people sell out. That was that was hard to believe. But that series, now I know you were watching the other stuff, and you should view it. I think you're going to like it.
Now on the SRX series, it's not a very big field, is it? How many cars start? A dozen cars or something like that, or?
Yeah. It's not a big field, and their comparison was the comparison to IROC. Okay. Well, I'm here to tell you, it sure in the heck ain't no IROC.
Okay.
It is funded by Ray Abraham, okay, and Tony Stewart. And, I got to tell you something. They sit there and come off like Danica Patrick says, oh, Bill Elliott hasn't raced, and some of these people haven't raced and blah, 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 blah. That's a bunch of BS. They do race. And I'm out there with them, okay? Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you, they race in what's called the Historic Racing Series, HRS, and they're pretty daggone fast still.
So Danica Patrick was actually in the broadcast booth for this, huh? You mentioned last week that CBS hired Alan Bestwick. I recognize that name. I know I'd recognize his voice. Yeah, Danica, I don't know, how'd she do?
She did good. As far as announcing and stuff, she's good at that.
Okay.
But it was interesting. Greg Biffle, was really good. To see some of these guys like Paul Tracy get moved around and pushed around, that was kind of funny to watch that. Marco Andretti got pushed around a little bit, led for a little while. Helio, 4-time Indy winner. Now, you would think that he wouldn't have done that, but you got to remember, all these people are being paid big millions of dollars to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you want to compare it to something, think about, what was that? Dancing with the Stars. Or not Dancing with the Stars, but American Idol, where you had that Jennifer Lopez, Steven Tyler, and that other guy were the judges.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can't remember how many, was that for like 6 weeks or 10 weeks or whatever it was. But, they paid Steven Tyler. First of all, Jennifer Lopez, she was being paid $15 million for that.
Wow.
Steven Tyler got wind of what she was being paid, and he said, well, you got to pay me $18 million. Now, I just think, come on, these people in this XRX series, it's all just about money. They just fly their planes in, race for a little while, fly back out, just something to do.
Now, after Kyle Larson raced all up at Eldora, did he race yesterday in NASCAR? Was he there?
Yeah. Yeah, did he race? Man, I'll tell you what, that All-Star race, so I don't know if you taped that or not, but you're going to like that one. That one, Larson and Chase Elliott and that Ryan Blaney, these guys are for real. I mean, they are the top dogs in NASCAR right now. And, it's a shame that Larson, got shafted, so to speak, and had to sit out. But look at Larson, man. He's up there at Eldora running all those races all week, goes and does a couple sprint car races, wins those. He wins at Charlotte, Coca-Cola 600. He turns around, goes out to California, wins that one. Now he just won the All-Star. Come on.
Wow, yeah. Now, he was a contender at Eldora in a lot of those races. He did fairly well. He'd be in the top 5 pretty consistently, but he didn't make any money. He didn't make any money there this week.
He made up with it Sunday night by winning that $1 million in the All-Star race for NASCAR.
All right, there you go, $1 million. Wow. So he could have, if he would have been dominating in Eldora like what's his Overton did, he could have won $250,000 this weekend.
Yeah, you got that right. So, well, anyhow, hopefully we'll get Jimmy to call in and Blind Man, a few other people, and thanks for taking my call.
I know Jimmy was at the Marina Del Rey because he posted some pictures where he was watching the race, just chilling there at the marina. So he's probably snoozing tonight, I figure. All right, a little behind here, but we'll get our news break in here. Back with more just ahead. Knuckle Buster's on the line, after which we got clear lines. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. and Canada are no closer to a deal on reopening the border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau delivering that message at a Sunday press conference when asked about lifting coronavirus restrictions. Those restrictions on non-essential travel between the two countries have been in place for the past 15 months. Trudeau said that more Canadians need to be vaccinated before he considers lifting border restrictions. Israel has a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote in its parliament on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett has been sworn into office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett in a statement and later in a phone call where the two leaders committed to consulting with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And one of the victims of Saturday's mass shooting in Austin, Texas, has died of his wounds. Austin police say the 25-year-old man died around noon on Sunday. He was one of 14 people shot early Saturday morning at a popular downtown bar district in the city. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. And lines available at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Officials in Illinois investigating after multiple trucks went up in flames over the weekend, 2 separate locations. Firefighters responded to calls about a vehicle fire at a Countryside Closeouts retail liquidator in Springfield, Illinois. By the time crews were able to arrive on the scene, one truck had become completely engulfed in flames, destroyed. That fire spread to at least one other truck. News Channel 20 reports that a second truck fire was reported less than a mile away from that first fire. Outlet reports that the bed of a utility truck caught fire and that by the time firefighters arrived there, the entire vehicle was also engulfed in flames. So both of these are being investigated as possible arson. All right, then next story, a military veteran from our friends at CDL Life, a military veteran gone trucker, gifted a beautiful custom-wrapped semi-truck. In a heartwarming video, they say, Veterans in Trucking, an organization dedicated to honoring military veterans and helping them find the best jobs in trucking, recently teamed up with one of their partner trucking companies, American Central Transport, to gift a custom-wrapped semi-truck to a deserving military veteran trucker. Now, they say while ACT is the home of many worthy military veteran truck drivers, Kenneth Mateer's story really stuck out. And after watching Ken's interview explaining his story, it's pretty easy to see why. According to the director of recruiting at ACT, the more I spoke to Ken, he really just has such a great story. He's a great representative. He stepped up when our nation needed him. And this is just a good way to say thank you to Ken for our service. Ken initially attended basic at Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri in 1983. Graduated, went to Fort Benning for a while before doing 3 years over in Germany and a little over 2 years at Fort Riley. 1991, he was given the option to ship out to Korea or get out of the service, so he chose to leave the military. That's when he started trucking. When I was off duty, I went to truck driving school. There were actually no other thoughts in my mind of what I wanted to do, he said. When I was a kid, my stepdad was a truck driver, and I used to go with him. So I guess once you get that trucking in your blood, you kind of have it. He said, I loved my trucking job, but then September 11 of 2001 happened. And I knew I needed to serve my country again. I was out for about 13 years. Then after 9/11, I knew we were going to do something. We weren't going to sit there and let our country get attacked. So I joined the National Guard. He said about a week after joining the National Guard, he was called for deployment in Iraq. We did a year in Iraq, 2004 to 2005. While in Iraq, I re-enlisted for 6 years. In 2009, we did a tour in Egypt until 2010. So all the time I was in the National Guard, I was driving truck. After nearly 22 years in combined military service and a battle with cancer, Ken retired from the military. He now drives with ACT, and that's where his freshly wrapped custom truck comes in. Now, like I said, they've got the video there, and I'll have to link that to my Facebook so you can check it out. But they said we're not going to spoil Ken's touching reaction to receiving the rig. You'll have to watch the video for that. But he does say that driving his new truck is quite the honor, and they kind of give advance notice. Before you watch, it's kind of a tear-jerker of a video. Make sure you keep the tissues handy. But ultimately, thank you for your service, Ken. I have not yet watched the video, so I will check that out. Morning, Knuckle Buster. What's happening? What kind of baloney you got this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. If they'd have had any friends, they'd have joined the Marine Corps. They've been kicking ass since 1775.
Yeah.
They're the best dressed. Got the coolest looking uniform. First Lady Roosevelt said that we had the cleanest bodies and the filthiest minds. So that makes us a good branch to join there, right? All them NASCAR drivers, man, they're just rank amateurs. But I'm the best thing that ever sat behind the steering wheel. If you don't believe me, just ask me. I'll tell you so. I'm a legend in my own mind.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know it. Getting deep. They get my grandchildren time out. I tell them, I said, man, I got an ass whooping on a daily basis just in case I done something he didn't catch me at. And everybody thinks I'm kidding at that, but that was the truth. I've got 2 sisters and 4 brothers, and we had to box each other just for their entertainment, see? So, I mean, we had a hard life growing up there.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the camera inward and outward in this truck here, and I'm glad it's in there. You see how crazy these damn people drive out here nowadays?
Yeah, I do.
And I mean, there in Memphis, they're looking at about 35 to 40 shootings on the interstate there the last time I checked. So, I mean, I don't know. That was back about a month or so ago. That's crazy. People just pulling up and driving up there and shooting at you there. But when I first got the camera, I used to use it for a hat rack there. And vice president of the company told me he was going to give me 7 days off if I didn't take it off. My customer service rep, he said, we'll give you 7 weekends off, not 7 days off, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, hell, I'm already off on the weekend anyway there. So, and since I run out of Memphis, I'll give you a bridge update. It's not looking good either. They claim that it's going to be somewhere around late July, early August, where they open the bridge back up.
Wow.
I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. See, they got a bridge over there at 200-mile marker in Arkansas. They've been working on since 2016, and they still ain't got it done. But I do know my way around Memphis pretty good. So, I don't lose but about 10 to 15 minutes every day coming and going, so it's not too bad there if you know how to go around there and know. Well, I hate to break the sad news to people. I'm not going to tell them how to get around, because then I wouldn't be able to get around, right?
Well, Shorty posted on his, where he's watching this morning. He said there was a 12-mile backup at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon on I-40 East headed to Memphis. 12 miles. And so that's even after
I wouldn't doubt that.
They made the changes last week to try to reduce congestion. So apparently it ain't doing a hell of a lot of good.
No, it's not. My brother, when he comes into Memphis to go to work there, he says this is screwed up. He's an hour to 2 hours late every day, but He's said since he's on salary, he can't never be late, right?
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this question: that Subaru you bought, is it a 4-wheel drive? And you become a redneck and get you a 4-wheel drive finally?
It's called an all-wheel drive, and according to the Subaru guy, the sales guy, it's all-wheel drive all the time.
All right. Well, that means even that spare tire is all-wheel drive too, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, I know. That's Let's talk about the vaccine for a minute. I don't trust the healthcare system one bit, but I do trust my daughters. Both of them work in the healthcare industry. One works for Pfizer and the other one works for United Health. And my daughter that worked for Pfizer told me that they didn't take any government money to come up with that vaccine. None whatsoever. The rest of them did. And that her bosses had told her that they were to spare no expense at finding the vaccine. So, Pfizer's a worldwide corporation. We're talking like billions, billions of dollars there. So, they got to make money. If you don't make a profit, you're not going to stay in business there, and I've got a great uncle, Steve. Well, he passed away several years ago, but he used to tell people all the time that there were only two perfect men that ever walked the face of the earth. Jesus Christ was the first one, and you were talking to the second one. And he had more baloney than what I did. So that's all of my baloney for today. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll call you in that loneliest time.
All right. Yep. Have a good morning, Knucklebuster. That'll be here before you know it, of course. About 7 before news update time. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Happy Monday.
Yes, sir. Start of the week for you, brother. Sitting out here on the back deck, enjoying a nice evening, looking at Jupiter up in the sky. If you look to your southeast, about 5 fingers above the tree line.
All right. I saw that the bright one out there. I knew that had to be a planet. I knew it wasn't a star.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Not hearing much as far as the cicadas out there, are you? They never really sang a lot at night, but I'm not hearing much of anything out there tonight.
I'm hearing a few chirp here a little bit. I don't know if they're dying down out here in Harrison. I mean, they got, I think, a later start than they did over where you're at.
Yeah.
Because, Saturday, man, I was out here. And, oh, my goodness, they were just all over.
Okay.
It was pretty bad, but no, Steve, but correct me if I'm wrong here, man. These vaccines do not prevent you from getting the COVID.
That is correct. That is correct. They are supposed to prevent you from getting deathly ill if you come down with it.
Yes. So just because you had the vaccine doesn't mean you can't pass this thing on too if you got it. So I don't know what the big
they're calling them
about this vaccine.
They try to call them breakthrough cases, but they're not breakthrough at all. I mean, it's just it's not. It does not prevent you from getting the COVID. It prevents you from ending up on a ventilator, supposedly from dying. Like your chances of dying are greatly reduced if you come down with it.
Yeah. I asked my doctor about it a few months ago, and he said there's a small percentage of people that, when they get it, it does attack the respiratory system. And he said, you guess take the chance if you're one of the small percentage of people that could end up on a ventilator, then take the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
There was a buddy of mine at work. He had COVID. He got it pretty good. He was laid up for a week, and his wife's in the medical field. She's a nurse. And she told him, and he went and took the vaccine, and both vaccines. I looked at him, like, what are you crazy, man? You already had it. Why are you taking the vaccines? Well, wife kind of forced me into it. Whatever, man.
And I'm guessing that's before the research came out, about a week ago, wasn't it, when they said study shows if you've had the COVID, getting the vaccine is not going to do you any better than having that your natural immunity from having fought it off.
Yeah, this was a month or a couple months ago, I guess, when we actually took the vaccine.
Yeah.
But, I got a daughter out in California, Steve. She's going to be 40 here this year. She kind of went a little liberal, out there living with her friends out there in California. But I told her before the election even started, Steve, I said, you watch what happens if Biden gets elected. See what happens to the price of gas and everything else. I told her that before the election even started. She texted me the other night, "Oh, Dad, I guess you were right."
Because they're paying like $4.60, close to $5 a gallon in parts of California now.
Yes, sir. I remember I took a picture. I was sitting at a gas station, took a picture of the price of gas. I want to say it was like $2.60 right after the election.
Yeah.
Right. And texted it to her. Then a month later, after he shut, as soon as he got sworn in and shut the pipelines down, it was just a few weeks later, I texted, went to that same gas station, took the same picture. It was up over $3. I don't know. I don't even know what the average is here now, Steve. You know what? I don't pay attention to it. You got to put gas in the car.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention really to the price of gas, man.
Last week it was running running about $3.15 in our area, $3.09 it was on Saturday, so right in that range. And that's for the cheapo unleaded. I mean, even Kroger. You notice it used to be there would be a nickel or a dime difference between the regular, the mid-grade, and the premium. It's like a 30-cent a gallon difference now. If it's $3.15 for the cheapo, it's $3.45 for the mid-grade and like $3.75 for premium.
Wow. I always do the mid, right in the middle there.
Do you?
I was dumping the premium in there for a while until I think it was Joel was talking about, certain engines don't want that higher octane fuel. Doesn't do a bit of good to put that higher octane in there.
Yeah.
So thanks to Joel for saving me a few bucks or a few cents a gallon there, man. You know what I heard the other day, Steve? That when the Challenger, when we had the two shuttle disasters there, that the United States was contracting with China to launch some of our satellites because we had no way of getting them satellites up in the orbit. We were actually contracted China to launch some of our satellites.
Wow.
And, the way they do things over there, I guess there was one launch. It was a defense satellite to boot at that went up, and it didn't make it. I guess the rocket kind of blew up or something. And when they, scattered all the pieces, United States kind of asked for the pieces of our satellite back, and China gave us the double barrel finger. You ain't getting them. We couldn't find them.
Oh, yeah. We need that for some research. Technology.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Got to do some reverse engineering. That's what they do with every damn thing else. Reverse engineering.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's good. It's about 3:00. Hopefully, what's the guy's name down in Florida there? It works now.
He's on hold as we speak. Philip's on the line. Yes, he is.
Yeah, Philip. Yeah, ask him if he knows anything about United States, NASA contracting with China back in the late 80s, early 90s. Crazy. All right, Steve, I got some laundry to do, man.
Okay. Oh, what a fun thing to do at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to do some laundry. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. and Canada are no closer to a deal on reopening the border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau delivering that message at a Sunday press conference when asked about lifting coronavirus restrictions. Those restrictions on non-essential travel between the two countries have been in place for the past 15 months. Trudeau said that more Canadians need to be vaccinated before he considers lifting border restrictions. Israel has a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote in its parliament on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett has been sworn into office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett in a statement and later in a phone call where the two leaders committed to consulting with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And one of the victims of Saturday's mass shooting in Austin, Texas, has died of his wounds. Austin police say the 25-year-old man died around noon on Sunday. He was one of 14 people shot early Saturday morning in a popular downtown bar district in the city. This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
One of the major issues expected to be covered at this week's summit between President Biden and Russian President Putin is a recent number of cyber attacks against the U.S. emanating from Russia. Congressman Michael McCall believes it's time to consider hitting back. The Texas Republican tells ABC's This Week that Biden is going into the meeting from a position of weakness and needs to turn that around.
I think we need to demonstrate, and the president needs to demonstrate with Putin, there will be consequences to your actions if you continue to do this. They have been mounting this up in the last just month, and extraordinarily. And I think sanctions are great, but I think it's time to start thinking about hitting back. When we do attribution, we need to have rules of the road. I passed a cyber diplomacy bill out of my committee. They need to know that when they do this, there are consequences to their actions, and we're going to hit them back.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A small bipartisan group of senators reached a deal late last week on an infrastructure proposal they believe is ready to be taken to the leadership of both parties. The group announced they had a deal on a bill on Thursday, but didn't announce how large it would be. Senator Susan Collins is a member of that group and says that their deal will not be paid for with a hike to the gas tax or by altering the 2017 tax reform law. The Maine Republican tells CBS's Face the Nation the ways her group's plan could be paid for.
One is the implementation of an infrastructure financing authority. That's very similar to the state revolving funds that we use for sewer and water projects, and it's a bipartisan proposal that was first put forth by Senators Mark Warner and Roy Blunt. A second would be to repurpose some of the COVID funding that has not been spent. in the $1.9 trillion package that was enacted in March, there were restrictions on what the funding could be used for. It could be used for water, sewer, and broadband. We would make it more flexible so it could be used for infrastructure projects. And third, there would be a provision for electric vehicles to pay their fair share of using our roads and bridges. Right now, they are literally free riders because they're not paying any gas tax.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess that means we're throwing it right back my way. On a Monday, all is relatively quiet across the Atlantic Basin right now. But AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, Bernie Rayno, says that could change in the coming days. Forecasters continue to monitor the tropics with their focus glued on the western Gulf of Mexico for the potential development and impact in a flood-weary area of the United States that's been inundated with round after round of torrential rainfall. A tropical system could brew gradually in the region, become a threat to the U.S. here mid-June. That's right about now. There's a few other areas of concern worth noting as well, they say. Now, it is unlikely that explosive tropical development will occur in the western Gulf due to environmental conditions, but there's likely to be some tropical feature of interest in the form of a weak disturbance or tropical depression. Possibility exists that a system could gradually develop into a named storm over the western part of the Gulf between tomorrow, the 15th, Tuesday, and Saturday, that would be. The next storm name for the Atlantic season is Bill. Last week, meteorologists raised the risk from low chance of development to a medium chance of tropical development in that zone. And the potential area over which a threat could emerge was expanded further to the north in the Gulf of Mexico, creeping closer to within 100 miles of the Texas-Louisiana coastlines, maybe on Friday. Now, they have been cautioning about development toward mid-June in the western Gulf and the northwestern Caribbean since earlier this month, with at least marginally favorable conditions expected. There's low to medium chance of development in the western Gulf. This week, water temperatures range from the low to middle 80s. That's plenty warm enough to support a system. Typical threshold for development is considered to be about 80 degrees. Wind shear has been decreasing across the region and should remain relatively low through much of this week. That is another favorable environmental condition for tropical systems to take shape, especially when other conditions can act as catalysts for formation. Dusty, dry air, which could impede tropical formation, has blown thousands of miles to the west of the Sahara Desert. It seems to be settling over the southern part of the Caribbean, well south of that zone of interest. So if something develops, there are several possibilities in the future track that they're considering for late this week. Yeah, that encompasses a wide range spanning the landfall in northeastern Mexico to a strike along the central Gulf Coast of the U.S., a broad area. The steering winds are forecast to remain light in that region. Should a tropical system slowly take shape, it's going to linger over the western Gulf, kind of wander ashore maybe in northern Mexico, before too long, or perhaps drifting northward, maybe inching closer to the western or central Gulf Coast of the United States. So the advice right now, people along the Gulf Coast, from Mexico to Texas to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, monitor the situation, and they'll continue to provide updates, as well as other areas of concern in the tropics. All right, forecasters say that disruptions to petroleum operations cannot be ruled out in the western and northern Gulf of Mexico later this week. There's a chance for heavy rain from this feature, whether it's strong enough to warrant a name or not, that will inundate parts of possibly coastal Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, places that have already been hard hit with torrential rain and flooding. We had places like Victoria, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, that have seen around 2 feet of rain since the 1st of May. Close to a dozen of the river gauges in eastern Texas and Louisiana are still right now in moderate and major flood stages, according to the National Weather Service. Even if nothing more than a poorly organized, weak tropical feature forms, seas and surf are going to build, and a plume of drenching showers and thunderstorms may expand northward, perhaps westward along the Gulf Coast later on this week. So there you go. Keep an eye on things. That time of year, June rolls around. Atlantic hurricane season is underway. Who's next up here? Chris, I believe it is. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. Pappy got me started on something here. I was the first one to Challenger back in the 80s that blew up. Yeah. I was actually in night school then studying engineering technology, and they had an astronaut come in and give us a talk. It's about a month before that. This guy he was a scientist, one of the scientists they put on there, and he gave us a slideshow. I'll tell you, that shuttle was falling apart. He talked about, he wouldn't admit it, but he talked about how many missions got scrubbed. And it has kept getting scrubbed over and over again. And the ones that went up, half of them had to abort into a lower orbit. And you could see, they knew for years that there was flames coming out of those damn solid rockets in the seams. And they were just torching that center tank. But the second one was a different story.
Right.
See, we didn't really... they blamed Clinton for giving China the technology to launch a rocket. They couldn't even launch a rocket in the 80s. And he let L'Oreal trade with him. At the time, I didn't... it's been a while, But no, L'Oreal gave them the technology to launch, but the satellite they actually blew up was their own satellite. But what we, they warned us they were going to do it, and that's what we were complaining about, because they put a bunch of junk in space. Now the second one, they thought maybe it had hit space junk, and that's probably where the story came, that it might have been China's fault. But I think the more common belief is that the foam they were putting on that shuttle, the damn environmentalists wouldn't let them use Freon. They made the foam with a Freon, and it was a super strong foam. But the environmentalists banned them from using Freon because it was putting a hole in the ozone. So the foam was just shattering every time they took off. It would freeze from all the fuel in there. And then when it took off and vibrated, they said a piece of foam came down, and this stuff was rock hard. And it was the size of a suitcase. And I don't know. I kind of think those people knew that they weren't going to get back. Remember, didn't they go out and try to patch it or something?
Yeah, I don't really recall that. I don't know if they did a spacewalk or not.
Yeah, I think they had some kind of a patch. They tried to patch the tile and the carbon fiber on the leading edge of that wing. Philip would probably know a lot more, but I remember that one because it was like a month after that we listened to that talk from that astronaut that thing blew up. And I was working in a shop that made aircraft parts, and they had it on TV, and all of a sudden, they were trying to scrub that mission all morning because that was another one with ice and things, and they fueled it and unfueled it, and they just had so many problems. But what I was going to talk about originally was the vaccine reporting line. I just read a little bit about that the other day, and that's actually a self-reporting line.
Correct.
Anybody can call it and report anything, like the UFO line or something. But I guess the professionals have to use it too. But AstraZeneca does have a clotting problem. They have the same technology as Johnson & Johnson, where they use a live virus, but they used a simian virus and a certain protein that they say is instrumental in blood clotting. And so they probably have a pretty big problem with that. But I don't know if, I don't think they're going to, all they can do is start some research over those phone calls, look into them. They have to go through them. Who knows how many phone calls are on there that are just complete nonsense, How the hell is somebody going to report that the shot incorporated something into their DNA? Who the hell would know that,
Mm-hmm.
I got I'm mutating. But, you talk about the kids, the education. I don't believe in censorship, but the education is where we've cheated these kids. They don't know nothing. I'll tell you, one of them was sending me some of these TikTok videos against the vaccine. And this stuff looks like the stuff Jim Jones used to show the people down in Guyana, The government's out to kill you and this and that. This goofball with his hat on backwards and saying, they're putting lipids in there. What the hell? These kids are like 30 years old now, but it reminds me when they were in school, they had to do a paper on Thomas Edison. So I looked it up on the internet for them, and it had a picture of the gramophone there. And they said, "But did Edison have a Grammy?"
Oh, wow.
I said, "Yeah, he had the original Grammy.
He won a Grammy, yep."
But yeah. Well, all right. I'll let you go then.
All right. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in, dude. What, did that guy win a Grammy? Oh, my. What's happening in Florida this morning on your way to which world? Wally World or Wally Mart?
Oh, Wally World today, bud. Wally World today. The guy was just talking about the shuttle. Okay, so Challenger, the explosion on Challenger was caused from a seam on a solid rocket booster. And what they found out was that morning we had Challenger that morning. They had hot and cold conditions, and they actually had ice that had formed on the solid rocket boosters and whatnot because of the temperatures and the moisture. And you've got that liquid oxygen, which causes a lot of freezing and stuff. But Steve, do you know how the solid rocket booster worked?
I don't know.
Okay, so have you ever seen where they store corn at? It's in like a silo, right?
Right.
Okay, and at the bottom of the silo they have an auger that brings it down, and it puts the corn where it needs to go, and they usually auger it into a truck or they auger it into where they need to do it. Well, that's basically like a big giant silo, and it has solid propellant in it, kind of like gunpowder. If you think of use it in that aspect. So what it does is they basically open up. It's kind of archaic, but it's like a chute opening up, and when they ignite it, it starts burning. It's like a Roman candle, and it just falls down. It keeps going down. Well, it's sealed. It has to be sealed around it so that heat can't get in to get it started further up, if you know what I mean. You don't want to burn the candle from both ends.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened with Challenger was that O-rings down in the bottom had issues, and they had gaps in them, and they were shooting stuff out, and it lit into the tank, like he said. It went further up and lit instead of being directly on the bottom of the solid rocket booster. And that's what caused Challenger. Now, there was a period of time after Challenger that we didn't launch because we were figuring out Challenger, and plus two, there was a lot of updates that they were doing on the shuttle. And that caller was right about the shuttle. In some ways it was ahead of time, in some ways it was behind time, and there was a lot of technology that had to be put into that shuttle periodically through its lifespan to keep it going. And through that time after Challenger, that's when they took that downtime and they developed the brake technology. They developed the carbon-on-carbon technology, which was the leading edge of the wing on the shuttle. They did a lot of stuff to the shuttle that a lot of people don't know. There was a lot of time put into it during that downtime, other than investigating the Challenger accident. Mm-hmm. Now, getting on to the other accident the gentleman talked about, that foam technology that he is talking about, he is right. The EPA shot NASA down on a lot of things that they could do with what they were doing with the shuttle. But that foam that came off of that tank hit that at the right angle on the leading edge and pumped a hole in it. Now, they could not go out of the shuttle and fix it because they had no training exercises. They had never encountered that before. So there was no training exercise on how to fix it. And we did contract a lot to the Russians back then and now. We still contract to the Russians for rocket usage. And I would think that we would contract it to Russia during that time frame for a satellite more than China. I don't think China had the rocket technology to bring it up in the mid-'80s when Challenger went up. But it doesn't surprise me that Russia works with China, and they might have gave them the rocket technology to launch a satellite for us. I'm not saying Pappy's wrong. I'm not saying that's right. I'd have to do research on it. But I don't think China was that far along myself. That's just my personal opinion. So, but the second shuttle incident, I think they knew that something was going on after it took off. And I don't know if those people knew it or not, but I think they knew there was trouble somewhere, that they had something going on.
So they kind of had a sense that re-entry could be a bad situation, which it was.
Absolutely. If you look at what Elon Musk is doing right now with the Starship, and it's one of the biggest problems that he's having, and he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to heat shield the bottom of that Starship. Same way with all your capsules. If you look at your capsules that are coming out now, the SpaceX ones, the Artemis ones, all those capsules, the biggest thing that they look at is the heat shield, because when that vehicle comes back, it's got a 2,000+ degree fire that's around the bottom of it, or whatever's hitting the atmosphere when it comes back. And that plasma, and that's what it's called the plasma, goes around the vehicle. It went around every edge on the leading edge of Columbia's wing, and it went to that hole, and it's just like a cutting torch starting to cut metal. And that's what it does. It just cut into the shuttle. I'm not trying to be morbid, but it cut into everything, and then that's when the shuttle disintegrated. That's how it works. And that plasma is what basically made those folks perish. It's a serious situation, and space flight is dangerous. I mean, it's a very dangerous environment up there. When you come back, getting up there is not the problem. Getting up the hill, it's coming back down the hill that's the problem, and getting back down here without getting tore up. And it's a risky business, and the shuttle was a very, very intricate tool, and it had to be taken care of. That's why a lot of people's like, I can't understand why they're spending so much money on space program. Well, the reason why they're spending so much money is you're coming back from an environment on one side of you when you're up there, it could be 300 degrees below zero, and on the other side, it could be 3,000 degrees above zero. You know, so, I mean, it's one of those situations. It's just a touchy deal. But the shuttle was getting old, and it needed some work. And it could have been, I think with today's technology, they could have went in and retooled it and made it better. But the problem was it was just so damn big. I mean, the thing was huge. You look at that shuttle and see how big it is. It was about the size of a DC-9 jet. So, but that's pretty much all I got to say about the space stuff. I know we're going to have a launch on Thursday down here. Block 9 is going to take off. I hope that tropical storm doesn't go near Boca Chica, because you know what's down there in Boca Chica, Steve.
Yeah,
they're working hard on that.
Yep.
But just to touch your story about the tropical storms earlier, they have been watching the Bay of Campeche for 2 to 3 weeks, and not a lot of people blow it off when the Weather Service puts it up there. But you know, they put those little percentage things up there that say there's a 10% chance or there's a 20% chance. A lot of people blow that stuff off, but that ain't nothing to blow off. That's serious business, because you know that's giving you time to get yourself together in case you have a storm. You know, and like you said, Lake Charles, Beaumont, Texas, they've all been inundated with a lot of storms down there. So there's a lot of water laying around down there. I'm pretty sure the Red River is pretty tall right now. So I think that a lot of people need to be watching, like you said, anywhere from the Mexican border on us all the way over to New Orleans and over into our panhandle here in Florida. Because a tropical storm, just because it doesn't have 120, 130 mile an hour wind, it still has enough rain. And if it lays on top of you for 12 to 14 hours, you could get 30, 40 inches of rain.
That's what we saw there. What was down in the Houston area a few years ago, that tropical storm that wandered in and sat there for like 3 days.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Houston, I'm going to tell you what, I don't know who the guy was that designed Houston. It's a beautiful place. I love it and everything. But I'm going to tell you what, that guy was an idiot, whoever designed that for draining water on those bayous. Because that town, when your major interstate, that hurricane came in there, I think, was it Harvey, I think it was?
That was it, Harvey, yep.
And flooded that damn interstate. Now, when your water goes all up into your interstate and stops your travel totally, where people can't get out, then you got problems. And it's the infrastructures. I mean, that's one of the things. I'm not being on the Biden camp by no means. We need to put money in infrastructure, and I mean legitimate money in infrastructure. I'm not talking about infrastructure for putting internet in somebody's town. I'm talking infrastructure as far as fixing our roadways and our drainage. That's our infrastructure. That's what we need to take care of. Everybody can hold on the Wi-Fi for a while until we can figure out things with the water. I mean, come on. But as far as them storms go, they ain't nothing to play around with, man. They are nothing to play around with. They can seriously hurt you either with the wind or with the water. And the water scares me just as much as the wind does. And that's one of my biggest fears is water, because it will build quick. I mean, have you ever heard of a tidal or the storm surge, Steve?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so back in 1979 here in Florida, they had Hurricane David. I went through that in Sebastian, Florida, and we were living in a raised house. Our house was basically 3 foot off the ground. We're living in what they call an old cracker house. Okay, those houses went through storms and are still there today. But I seen a 4-foot storm surge come down the street from Hurricane David from the Indian River. Now, picture this. I lived about a block and a half away from the river. Now, this is 4.5-foot wall of water coming down the road from the storm surge, and that's just from the river. Now, that ain't counting what was coming from the ocean on the barrier island side. Now, that wall of water could have been 20 foot tall, which if you look at a building is 10 foot a story. So if you go up to a second story building, that's 20 foot. That's how high those waves were coming in on the beach. And that wasn't a big storm. That was only about, 120? Buck and a quarter? You know, you get something like a Katrina where you're like a level 4, or, you know, you're up there around 4 or 5 range and you're sitting at 150 mile an hour. Or Hurricane Laura, like came in down there at Cameron last year. I mean, that was 10 foot of water that laid on them after it went down. You're talking a storm surge that is probably 30, 40 feet tall. That's, if you look at a building, that's the 3rd story of a building tall. There ain't nobody going to live through that kind of stuff. So I tell you what, if anybody wants to have an interesting thing to look at when a hurricane's out there, look at the advisories and read them. I know they're boring and you hear that guy talking on the radio and they're boring and whatnot, but read the advisories, because when you go to a Cat 5, the advisory will tell you that any kind of dwelling that has a angle on it, say all our roofs with shingles and whatnot, we have angles, we have pitches on our angles. Those will be devastated. Those warnings. So, but that's my weather for the day. Steve, do you know who Val Demings is?
Yeah, you sent me the message that she's going to be going up against Marco Rubio, and you think she actually has a chance of taking Rubio out in the Senate seat? I do. I'm not pro Val Demings. I'm not. Val Demings was one of the House of Representatives that actually walked down the impeachment papers twice, not once, twice on President. Val Demings she's one of the higher echelon in the Democrats. She was actually being looked at by Biden to be the vice president, but he picked Harris instead. But she was on the list. Val Demings is becoming a pretty influential political figure in our nation. But Marco Rubio, he hasn't done much for us down here in Florida, in my opinion, Steve. Rick Scott, he's better than Marco Rubio. Rubio, I don't think he's gonna have to do a lot of work to get past Val Demings, because Val Demings has a lot of support in the African American community, and she has a lot of support in a lot of different areas that he don't. He had a lot of Latino support, especially from Miami, but I think he's got something. He's got a lot of work, and he hasn't done much though. That's the thing about Rubio. I haven't seen him do much. He reminds me, and we talked about Bill Nelson, and I know who you know he is now. He kind of reminds me of Bill Nelson in the way he's conducted himself while he's been in office, you know, and from a political aspect. And I think Val Demings is going to hurt him, and which I don't want to see. I don't want to see that build up into that, because who knows which ways it's going to go. Wow.
So, but yeah, it's a race to be watched. I mean, Republicans could lose that seat. So Rubio needs to stand up to the deal and do something about it. But he's been lame. He's been very lame down here in Florida, in my opinion. I haven't seen a lot. During the storms, he said he was going to do a bunch. He hasn't done a bunch. During the whole time that we've went through COVID, he's kind of been in the back. I haven't seen him step up and stand beside our governor. And Rick Scott, for that matter, too. I mean, I wish Rick Scott would stand up a little bit more for our governor and what he's done and what he wants to get done down here. I haven't seen that, you know, and Rubio just doesn't I don't know. I guess the term you guys call them rhinos? Is that what y'all call them?
I mean, I really haven't seen a whole hell of a lot out of Rubio since he ran, to get the nomination for president, which he, of course, lost to Trump. So.
Well, you remember the little Republican convention they had down here in Florida?
Right.
They had it at one of the hotels. Okay, Rick Scott showed up. The governor showed up. Obviously, Trump was there. Rubio didn't show up to that. He didn't show up to it at all. And that was when I've seen things before that kind of, I was like, this just don't make sense what he's doing, and I think he's going to pay for it. I really do. I mean, I know Val Demings. I've lived in Central Florida since 2002. And I remember when Val Demings was the chief of police of Orlando. Her husband, Jerry Demings, was the sheriff of Orange County at the time. And now he's the mayor of Orange County. So, I mean, you're talking about some very influential people in Central Florida. And Central Florida is huge. I mean, the New Orlando area is big, but I'm talking going outside of Orlando, they got a lot of representation. Especially when Val got voted in. When she got voted in, it was not something taken lightly down here. It was a big deal, and when she was being looked at to be the vice president, everybody was like, oh my God, Val Demings is actually going to be the vice president, because they were looking at her. Her name was thrown around a lot more than Harris's name was thrown around in the deal. So she's pretty tight in the deal now, and it's something that we all need to pay attention to. So, but that's all I got to say, Steve. Sorry, I didn't mean to take you over so much, and you have a good one.
All right. Thank you much. Have a great morning. Yeah, we're a little bit behind here. We'll get our news break, as we refer to it, and come back with more at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. and Canada are no closer to a deal on reopening the border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau delivering that message at a Sunday press conference when asked about lifting coronavirus restrictions. Those restrictions on non-essential travel between the two countries have been in place for the past 15 months. Trudeau said that more Canadians need to be vaccinated before he considers lifting border restrictions. Israel has a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote in its parliament on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett has been sworn into office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett in a statement and later in a phone call where the two leaders committed to consulting with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And one of the victims of Saturday's mass shooting in Austin, Texas, has died of his wounds. Austin police say the 25-year-old man died around noon on Sunday. He was one of 14 people shot early Saturday morning in a popular downtown bar district in the city. This is USA Radio News.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, speaking of going to space, well, a seat on a spaceship ride with billionaire Jeff Bezos sold for $28 million over the weekend. Live auction Saturday. It was actually a month-long bidding process for what they're calling the sightseeing trip on the Blue Origin's maiden voyage next month. Within 4 minutes of the open, Saturday's live phone auction, bids reached beyond $20 million. Bidding closed 7 minutes after the auction began. The identity of the winner, presumably some ultra-wealthy space aficionado, not immediately disclosed. But the launch is slated for July 20th. Blue Origin's new Shepard booster from West Texas would be a landmark moment as more and more private U.S. firms strive toward a new era of private commercial space travel. Blue Origin's founder and Amazon executive Jeff Bezos, the world's wealthiest man, has been racing against the clock, racing against fellow billionaire aeronauts Richard Branson, Elon Musk, trying to be the first of the three to travel beyond the Earth's atmosphere. To see the Earth from space changes you. leading up to the live auction. Leading up to the auction, let's see, the winning figure was at $4.8 million. Entries from more than 6,000 people from at least 143 different countries, according to the statement. Putting the world's richest man and one of the most recognized figures in business into space, it's a pretty massive advertisement for space as a domain for exploration, Indian industrialization, for investment. While the funds raised from the event are supposedly going to charity, Blue Origin is hoping to galvanize enthusiasm for their suborbital tourism business. However, Richard Branson, who founded Virgin Galactic, may attempt to steal Bezos' thunder by joining a possible test flight to the edge of space over the July 4th weekend aboard Virgin's VSS Unity space plane. Yeah, their thinking is space travel is going to become mainstream as more modern technology is proving and costs are falling. Yeah, they're saying there may be a $3 billion annual space tourism market in less than 10 years' time. So I guess in the coming days we'll find out who made that $28 million bid. Would it be some Hollywood elite? Who might it be? We just don't know at this point. What's happening this morning, Vic?
I don't know. Meanwhile, back here on Earth, have you heard any more about that super secret Air Force plane that's supposed to be flying around in space or something on remote control?
Yeah, it's the one.
You remember that story?
Yeah, it looks kind of like a space shuttle, but it's a much smaller version, and it's all secret stuff. No, I haven't really seen or heard anything about that as of late.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious because I know what the Tesla guy there, Elon Musk there. He's on a NASA contract. I don't know how much information they're sharing with him, but anyway, before we get too far off track, real quick, I intended to mention this. We're having quite a police officer shortage, people retiring and are just quitting and all that. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but the attorney general down there, I think both in Mississippi and Alabama, whenever they took over here a few years back, they were going clear back to the civil rights era, the Martin Luther King era. And they were trying, I think there was one 90-year-old police officer in Mississippi trying to try him for murder. I mean, it was ridiculous. They were going back and doing stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I don't blame the police officers for quitting because nobody's really has their back. But I don't know how many of those are aware that just because they quit or retire, they're not home free.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, and then you were mentioning the deal with the vaccines and all that. Pfizer didn't get any money from the U.S. government, but they did get money from the German government, and the German government and the American government was corresponding, and Trump guaranteed Pfizer that they would buy so many million doses. So it's one of those things where no, they didn't take money directly from the government, but in a roundabout way, the government basically supported their research and guaranteed them a market, which, was it government assisted or not? You can debate that all day long. But more importantly, on our infrastructure deal, have you ever heard of the term green steel?
Green steel, I have not.
Okay, well, that is steel that is made without the benefit of fossil fuels. It's all the, what they call it, the renewable energy. And that is going to put steel. I mean, you talk about inflation, that is going to put steel through the roof. And with this infrastructure bill going on, I'm not exactly sure how much of that green steel they're going to try to get into rebuilding highways, for the reinforced concrete and all that. But Bloomberg had quite a report on it this morning. There, I watched so much stuff over the weekend, I lost track. But I'm pretty sure it was on this morning's Bloomberg channel there that they were talking about that. And I just, I don't know, Steve. I look at this stuff, and they keep talking about climate change and green steel, and everything has to be renewable, sustainable. That was a word, that's the code word now.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about hydrogen. Does anybody remember what happened to the Hindenburg? When you're messing with hydrogen, you're messing with some pretty potent stuff there.
Yep.
And I don't know, you talk about OSHA rules. I mean, I don't know what you're going to have to work with hydrogen. And you were just mentioning all those different space fuels. Those are some very toxic things too. But I don't know. I guess I sound like a broken record, but we have forgotten all of our history and everything else, and we're going nuts basically on this so-called sustainable stuff and climate change, and I guess we're not even supposed to say man-made anymore. We're supposed to say human caused, because man-made, that's a gender pronoun, and we're not supposed to be using those anymore. But by and large, the big thing is with our infrastructure bill that they have coming up, I'm not exactly sure where they're going to take this thing, because Al Gore was out today I guess it was this is Monday. I guess it was Saturday. He was out preaching about don't abandon the Green New Deal, or whatever you want to call it.
Trying to persuade the Biden administration. I mean, according to Gore, the Biden administration you're coming to try to meet in the middle with Republicans on this infrastructure bill, and Republicans wanting to slice out a bunch of this, quote, climate change garbage that really has nothing to do with an infrastructure bill. And, they're absolutely correct on that point. So Al Gore's saying, well, you can't go along with the Republicans on this. You have to hold your line. You got to stand firm. I don't know, did he throw any additional doomsday scenarios out at us? Like, if we don't act now, how many years have passed since, what's her name, AOC told us, we're all going to be dead in 10 years. If we don't do this now, we have to have the Green New Deal. Okay. Yeah, so, technically, our days are so numbered to begin with, according to AOC. But speaking of which, our number is actually 844-844-3388. I am in the process, as we speak, of attempting to do a phone reset so we can get through our final hour. So we'll see if this thing kicks in. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines as well. What else do we have in the mix here? A recently widowed trucker's wife, I should say, is now asking for help in finding her two dogs that were actually lost in the semi-crash that took her husband's life. For pet owners and pet lovers, we know that our pets are also a part of our family. And this was back on May 30th near Friendship, Arkansas, apparently. According to KARK News, Beverly Shelton and her late husband were traveling westbound down Interstate 30 in their big rim when a tire blew, causing them to lose control. The accident left Beverly injured, caused her husband lost his life, and it spooked their two poodles, toy poodles, Maggie and Lily. They ran away. Now Beverly's back home in Terre Haute, Indiana, awaiting surgery, but hoping to be reunited with her beloved dogs. Immediately after the accident, a police officer saw two small dogs running alongside the interstate He didn't realize they were from the wreck that he was actually responding to. Since then, there's been no signs of the small dogs, but a post asking for help has been shared on Facebook, offering a reward for the dog's safe return. I would assume they've probably contacted animal shelters in the area, animal rescues, and things of that nature. But they're pleading anyone with information regarding the two dogs is urged to contact Beverly. I gave her phone number, 812-230-8609. Hopefully, a good Samaritan came across them and maybe is caring for them, hoping to find the rightful owner. But there you go. So, all right, took care of the phone reset. We're good to go. Lines wide open. I know Heatwave had jumped on board. He lost his cell at one point, then he got disconnected. Yeah, thanks to the phone reset. Dial us back up there, Heatwave, and of course you can jump on board as well with a full hour yet to go. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, I didn't get a confirmation if they finished up with the hand recount in Maricopa County, which they were supposed to wrap that up this past Friday. Now, there's still a lot of work yet to be done. It's probably going to take till the end of June, another couple of weeks, to wrap that up. Haven't heard anything further out of the state of Georgia. Technically, last I heard, I think the judge said they're going to discuss some of the lingering issues about a possible recount, opening up the mail-in ballots there in Atlanta, Georgia. They're going to meet again in court on the 21st, like 1 week from today. Meanwhile, there was an election assessment that I wasn't even familiar with, conducted in a Pennsylvania county several months ago and quietly released to the public in recent weeks, which they tell us uncovered 5 errors, including 3 linked to Dominion voting systems, whose election management system is used in that county, according to the assessing firm. Wake Technology Services, a Pennsylvania-based firm, conducted the assessment in Fulton County, Pennsylvania. Workers visited the county's offices late last year, and about a month later, on February the 9th as well, the assessment was meant, they say, to review the mail-in ballots in the county and explore whether conduct related to absentee ballot requests, distribution, receipt, and counting were in line with federal and Commonwealth guidelines. Wake TSI released a 93-page report that was quietly published on the county's website with no public fanfare last month. Personnel did not conduct a technology forensic audit of the operating system or election management system, but they did review some system file dates, log files, ballot images, and other files. Now, in their summary report, they say it appears the election was run well, was conducted in a diligent and effective manner, followed the directions of Pennsylvania. Wake TSI said they did find 5 issues of note, as they called it, issues of note, including that Dominion failed to meet the Commonwealth's certification standards, that the election management system, the EMS, actually had Microsoft SQL server data tools installed, despite the software not being part of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission's certified configuration. And the changes were made to the management system just 3 weeks before the election. Assessors said there's no valid reason for the software to be installed on the system, and that the presence of that software allows any user with access to change and manipulate the election management system's databases without logging, recording to the database, EMS, or operating system log files. They also said that Dominion failed to fill out a document that attests that the installed software versions conformed with certified reasons. Dominion apparently claiming filling out the form was an optional thing. Dominion Voting Systems disputed the report's findings related to them. The Microsoft software is a federally certified component of Dominion system, which meets U.S. Election Assistance Commission voluntary voting system guidelines, according to a spokesman in an email that went on to say only federal and state entities have the authority to certify voting machines. Dominion systems have been certified by both the U.S. EAC and the state of Pennsylvania. A search of the voluntary guidelines didn't turn up any mention of Microsoft SQL server data tools, which supposedly can be used to create, debug, maintain, and rewrite the source code of a database. Maybe some additional things we're going to be looking into in Pennsylvania. The one thing I just so clearly remember is I was actually sitting behind a microphone, not here, on election night as the numbers were coming in state by state, time zone to time zone. And we had the numbers out of Pennsylvania. At the exact moment Joe Biden took to the stage to address the people, and he said in that little speech, we know we've got Pennsylvania. And at that very moment, Joe Biden was behind by more than 600,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania. I immediately brought that up. At the time, I said, what does Joe know that we don't know? To be more than 500,000 votes behind and say, we know we've got Pennsylvania. That was his quote. All right, news update, final hour just ahead. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. and Canada are no closer to a deal on reopening the border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau delivering that message at a Sunday press conference when asked about lifting coronavirus restrictions. Those restrictions on non-essential travel between the two countries have been in place for the past 15 months. Trudeau said that more Canadians need to be vaccinated before he considers lifting border restrictions. Israel has a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote in its parliament on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett has been sworn into office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett in a statement and later in a phone call where the two leaders committed to consulting with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And one of the victims of Saturday's mass shooting in Austin, Texas, has died of his wounds. Austin police say the 25-year-old man died around noon on Sunday. He was one of 14 people shot early Saturday morning in a popular downtown bar district in the city. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
Border Patrol agents say they've encountered more than 180,000 illegal migrants on the southern border in the month of May, the highest level in 20 years. The patrol says that surge is stretching their resources and people thin. El Paso Border Patrol Sector Chief Gloria Chavez says the majority of encounters they're having in her sector are single adults who aren't giving themselves up to agents. She tells Fox News that's one of the things that have been overwhelming her officers.
These are the people that run for Border Patrol agents. They're the ones that are evading arrest, and they're the ones that get into situations, right? Situations that lead to failure to yield, situations where people are actually bringing in narcotics with them to get through. You know that transnational criminal organizations are tied to drug cartels. You know that nothing moves on this border without the authority or the approval of drug cartels. And many of our agents are continuing to get overwhelmed because of that activity along the southwest border, especially in a region like El Paso.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
One Pittsburgh high school senior surprised everyone at her graduation. Brad Bernards explains.
Verda Teta earned a standing ovation as the class speaker at her Massachusetts high school graduation. But what she did next had the crowd in awe.
I am so very grateful for this, but I also know that I am not the one who needs this the most.
The Fitchburg High School student, who will be attending Harvard College in the fall on a full scholarship, won an additional $40,000 scholarship from her high school at last week's graduation ceremony. She could have used the scholarship for expenses, but instead, the 17-year-old gave it away shortly after it was awarded. From the USA Radio West Texas Newsroom, I'm Brad Bernards.
And the auction for a seat on a ride into space has finished. John Clemens has more.
More than 7,500 people from 129 countries placed a bid for the online auction that was narrowed down to about 20 high rollers. The auction was the official launch of Blue Origin's New Shepard that'll fly into space July 20th on the 52nd anniversary of the Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin's moon landing. Okay, here's the winning bid.
And that is sold $28 million to number 107.
The $28 million will now be given to Blue Origin's Club for the Future that promotes science and technology to young Americans.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we're through all the technicalities there. Thank you. We're back on a Monday. So talking to Wheelchair Dave earlier, and I did get to see Tony Stewart was actually speaking with Scott Bloomquist there at Eldora. Talking about the new racing series, the Superstar Racing Experience, SRX as they call it. And yeah, pretty interesting because Tony was talking about Ray Evernham, I guess, was given the task of developing from the ground up a car for this particular series that does not look like any existing type of race car. Can't look like a NASCAR. Can't look like an IndyCar car. Can't look like a dirt car. Just all the different. And yeah, both of them said when they had seen the mock-up, the artist interpretations and all that of what the car was going to look like. But yeah, both of them were just floored, they said, when they actually went in to the garage and I got to physically see what these cars look like in person. Let me see the report over the week. The Superstar Racing Experience, the stock car short track racing series designed by Tony Stewart, made its debut Saturday night at Stafford Motor Speedway. And they say it was incredible. If only because the broadcast alone showed off what a racing broadcast could be. If you haven't yet heard, SRX was developed as a way to try to pit some of the iconic racers, like Helio Castroneves and Willie T. Ribbs, up against each other in fairly standard cars that focus on the racing, not the rule book. There's some fairly basic rules. 2 heats precede the main event, with the finishing order of the first heat wave inverted to start the second. But it was pretty simple to follow, a lot of fun. A lot of that came down to the broadcast on CBS. Alan Bestwick and Danica Patrick composed the commentary booth. They had a fairly fun rapport. Bestwick has the history and the experience, while Danica brought the star name, kind of a sense of humor, and an opportunity to really delve into the structure of the series. Now, he said, I think the main thing that impressed everyone, though, were the lack of commercial breaks. If there was any on-track racing, the broadcast went side by side with commercials, but otherwise, all commercials were squished in between heat breaks. That's probably because of the terms of the SRX CBS deal, which we're not totally clear about. But the SRX broadcast is filling an empty summer programming slot. It's probably paying for the privilege. That makes it a little easier to avoid the obnoxious commercial breaks that seem to plague race broadcast for IndyCar or NASCAR. On top of that, the short track allowed for easy filming of what was a 12-car field, including some exceptional drone camera footage. I only recall one instance where some form of an on-track action was missed, and it was when the car the broadcast was riding on board with went into the wall. The broadcast cut away in the middle of the action. I'll allow that. That may have come down to an effort not to show a potentially dangerous crash from a driver's perspective until they were clear everything was okay. Other than that, you could see all the action, all the fun, all the interviews. Drivers are encouraged to have big, boisterous personalities. Although these competing drivers have all generally come from an era where those personalities were encouraged, the cars are stock, yes, but it provides an equal playing field for drivers with different kind of disciplines to compete on equal terms. These short track races will alternate between a paved track, then a dirt track, and provide a more comprehensive overall experience. Crew chiefs switch drivers every weekend to keep everybody on their toes. Cars are selected at random for drivers each week. You don't even know which car you're going to be in. And then there's the so-called Rocky Balboa car. One of the cars each weekend is reserved for a local short-track driver who may not be a superstar, but who can take an opportunity to challenge the big-name drivers on his or her home turf. At Stafford, the Balboa car was piloted by 6-time NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion Doug Coby. And yeah, he's the one that went on to win the second heat as well as the main feature. They say it was a lot of fun to watch. The crowd was stoked. Yeah, many of the viewers at home were excited to watch this kind of racing. So Kobe's the guy that, he competes on a regular basis at this particular track. Yeah, the full-time drivers, all of which are either retired or only racing part-time schedules, but that didn't really matter because it was just so much fun. Wonderful to see a local driver kick some superstar ass. And he said the broadcast handled it beautifully. Well, there you go. Yeah, that was written by Elizabeth Blackstock. She's the managing editor at A Girl's Guide to Cars. She's a leading IndyCar writer and assistant editor at Front Stretch. She's kind of a motorsports fanatic. Well, how about that? Well, what's going on this morning, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Man, I tell you what, it was a blast furnace yesterday coming into Needles. 113, and the wind was just a howling. I mean, you stepped outside, you felt like a mummy, just dry. Other than that, not a whole hell of a lot. My co-driver is coming back from vacation tomorrow, so we're going to try to get it to where he drives out. And, he met Philip there in Florida, so they had a pretty good connection there. He spent a lot of money down at the Mickey World, but he also spent a lot of money getting there and a lot of money getting back, unfortunately. Tires going out on his trailer. His truck's got issues now, so. But I guess all in all, I'll hear about it tomorrow sometime.
Mm-hmm.
So, it seems like I missed out on a lot of news since I've been running solar these last couple of days. So they had a shooting in Austin, Texas on Saturday, huh?
Yeah.
Did they figure out?
It sounds like
did
it
they
was.
know who it was?
Supposedly, they have not released whether the identity or whatever of the shooter for some odd reason. Supposedly, it was a dispute that started at some bar or something, and ultimately spilled out into the streets. And most of the people that were shot were innocent bystanders.
The only place I could think of where that could probably happen would be on 6th Street, which is a party hangout street for a lot of tourists and college kids. Well, it wouldn't surprise me none, and being that Austin is such a liberal city right now, it wouldn't surprise me if it was one upset Democrat because he couldn't get a Corona Light.
Yeah, right.
Oh well.
So I'm looking at the update. There's one suspect that is in custody. A second suspect is still at large. The person in custody, like I said, for some reason, has not been identified. They had a news conference, and then the shooting related to, quote, some kind of disturbance between two parties. The victims were essentially just all innocent bystanders. One of them did die yesterday, apparently. So, 13 others wounded just, from the bullets flying out there in the big crowd.
Man, I tell you what, with ammo and being in such short supply, I mean, I bought my wife a 380 for Christmas. I hadn't been able to find any ammunition, so it's surprising to me that they can find any ammunition to fire these guns off. I mean, if you want to have gun control, what better way than to keep the bullets from getting on the store shelf?
Yeah.
Oh, Lordy. Well, I heard Captain Ron give me a joke the other day, and he says, if you could use it, go ahead and try it. And I thought, all right, I'll try it. I got a couple of them to try on you if you don't mind. One of them said, old boy went to the doctor, and he was getting a checkup, and they started talking about politics. And he says, the doctor asked the old farmer, he said, so what do you think of Joe Biden? And the farmer said, well, he's a post turtle. And the doctor's like, what the hell's a post turtle? And the farmer explained that a post turtle is a turtle that you find up on a wood post that's holding up a fence. He's on top of it. He says, well, I don't understand. He says, well, the turtle has been placed up there. He doesn't know how he got up there. He doesn't know how he's going to get down, and he is way out of his league. He said, that's what a post turtle is. So, Captain Ron, I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. I was listening to radio the other day and heard something about 3 vampires walking to a bar, and the bartender asked the first one, says, what do you have? He said, I'll have a blood.
A blood.
And he says, all right. He asked a blood. He asked the second one. He says, what do you have? He says, I'll have a blood. And he says, all right. And the third one says, I'll have a plasma. So the bartender looks at his tally and says, okay, so there's 2 bloods and a blood light.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Now, all seriousness put aside here. Hey, what's this here about Gilligan wanting to jump into this wrestling match, or as some Mother Goose people call it, wrestling? What was this all about? I heard he wants to get into the foray.
Yeah, he wants. But first of all, he was going to be a ring girl, and then what else was he going to be? And then all of a sudden, he wants to jump in the fray. He must be a part of the action, tag team action.
Oh, well, I was talking to Porn Star, and of course, your computer called him something else besides Porn Star, and he was like, I want to get into this action too. He says, and I thought, well, you know what? This is going to be turning into one big tag team free-for-all here.
Massive cage match.
That ring.
Right.
So, yeah, this is really going to be something else. And I understand Gilligan was talking about summoning the strength of Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage. And I thought, no, you can't go on Crash's, I've already claimed that. I've already claimed both Hogan and Macho Man. So he's going to have to find another persona to get. Because when Crash and Smash get done with the mighty Mother Goose, and when we get done with Gilligan, and of course Porn Star wants to get his meaty paws in there, it's going to be exciting. And of course, if I'm beat and they put a Barney suit on me, your grandkids and the neighborhood kids are going to climb in that cage and they're going to just beat the living hell out of anybody who would have hurt me, Barney.
Barney.
So either way, I win. So other than that, not a whole lot. Just getting out here and about Albuquerque to Bloomington, back to Albuquerque in a day cab. Teresa's procedures, my wife, Teresa, her procedure came out pretty good. We thought it was going to be a permanent situation with her back, and they said no. They said the best you can hope for is to be a year pain-free in the small of your back. And they said the worst will be about 6 months being pain-free. So if she wants to be able to move around without being in too much pain, she's going to have to endure these nerve shots for the rest of her life, I guess. So, but yeah, she wasn't real happy when I was telling her, about in case I meet my final stop sign out here on the road, that what she needs to do with my life insurance money and how she needs to get things taken care of. I said, just be sure you spend it wisely.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, that's an awful thing to talk about. And I said, well, we're getting to that age now where we need to talk about these things. And I said, if you happen to meet the maker for I do, I said, this is what's going to happen. I said, that $20,000 life insurance policy is going to be divvied up equally amongst your 3 children. And she's like, $20,000. I said, yeah, that's all the insurance I can get on you. I said, however, you do have a $400,000 accidental life insurance policy. And I said, I'll make damn sure that it looks like an accident. And I'm going to put you in the pickup that's fully insured. She says, well, why would you want to do that? I says, well, I've always wanted to get another newer pickup. So what better way to, if you're already dead, we can still use you for 2 more and, come out smelling like a rose. I am going to get my face probably slapped off like Daffy Duck did in one of the Bugs Bunny films. When
Exactly.
I get there at the house later on today. Yep.
Hey, well, you're out west there, Heat Wave. Are you having to? Are they doing like implementing water rationing and whatnot where you are at this point? Or
no, apparently we've got a deep enough well at the aquifer that we're still getting water. There's been no restrictions. Now in Albuquerque, they may start going to a water restriction here pretty soon. But as far as where I'm at, yeah, we got plenty of water. It's just it's so hard that if you need to quench your thirst, you have to chew on it for about 5-10 minutes before you actually quench your thirst. It's a very, very hard water. So I noticed too here. I guess it was Saturday. They had a forest fire start up just north of Flagstaff over here. I mean, when I was on the east side of Flagstaff, it looked like a thin sliver of smoke. And by the time I got to the west side of Flagstaff around Williams, that really ballooned up. So I don't know if you've heard anything about that fire going on right now. And, it amazes me that, as dry as it is out here, especially during the summertime, when you have all these forest fires, why they cannot have these jets or forest fire fighting aircraft stationed at certain areas, regional areas in these states, to where they can go ahead and have them at the ready when a forest fire is reported. Why can't we get it done, attack it sooner rather than later? Because it seems like they go on for weeks at a time before they finally get the aircraft in. And I don't know if it's a logistical issue or if we just don't have enough aircraft or what. But, it seems like an awful big waste of time and manpower to fight these fires with the aircraft only after it's gone all out of proportion there.
Mm-hmm.
But just some random thoughts to ponder and chew on, and I guess that's about it for tonight. So, Senor, you have yourself a wonderful night, wonderful morning, and we'll holler at you tomorrow.
Thank you much, Heat Wave. And with the heat continuing, without no precip in the mix, and you've got your, I don't know how much evaporation takes place on any given day when it's 110, 115 degrees out there. I'm sure a lot of water evaporates. I was looking at some of the numbers. Lakes at historically low levels, unusually early forest fires, restrictions on water use, and now a heat wave. Even before summer's officially underway. 88% of the West was in some state of drought last week. The entire state of California, Oregon, Utah, and Nevada, according to the official data. It's a particularly stark symptom of this trend, which is affecting more than 143 million Americans. Lake Mead, the country's largest reservoir, there at the border of Nevada and Arizona, is right now apparently at the lowest level since its creation in the 1930s. The lake was, of course, formed when the massive Hoover Dam was built across the Colorado River, not far from Las Vegas. It stands at just 36% of capacity right now. So it's even lower than the record that was set in 2016. Authorities said they expected something like this, but they weren't anticipating this level till probably sometime in August. The situation in Northern California, which normally receives ample precip in the winter and spring, is no better. Lake Oroville, the state's second largest reservoir and a key part of a network providing potable water to 27 million Californians, is 165 feet lower than it was in 2019. So they're saying widespread water use restrictions are pretty much inevitable over the coming months. Potentially serious ramification for western states, in particular the irrigation-dependent farmers who provide much of the country's fruits and vegetables. California, where the vast almond groves supply 80% of the world production. Some farmers have already begun uprooting trees to save water. As of April 1st, the date traditionally marking the area's last snowfall, the snowpack on the upper slopes of the Sierra Nevada, which is a source of about a third of all the water used in California, was only at 60% of average. One really unique thing this year is that as snow melted, the runoff ended up soaked into dry soil and ended up evaporating. It never even got to Lake Oroville. So that's what was unusual this year, how little of the runoff we got from that actual snowpack. All right, dry soil, water-deprived vegetation, creates the conditions for even higher temperatures. It's kind of feeding a vicious circle. And we already talked about the numbers this week. Las Vegas, for example, could hit 115 degrees this week. National Weather Service office in Phoenix, Arizona said thermometers expected to reach 118 degrees there later this week. I mean, we're going to be dealing literally the entire week of temperatures in the 110s, 110 to 115, 118. All right, we'll get a quick break in here, come back with more. Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israel will welcome a new prime minister after a razor-thin vote on Sunday to approve a new government. Naftali Bennett will assume office, ending Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year term as PM. President Biden congratulated Bennett, saying in a statement that his administration is fully committed to working with the new Israeli government to advance security, stability, and peace for Israelis and Palestinians. Biden and Bennett also spoke by phone, where they agreed to consult with each other on regional security issues, including Iran. And as the G7 summit closed on Sunday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the 7 nations have agreed to donate 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine to the rest of the world. In a statement, Johnson said those doses would be distributed either directly or through the UN's COVAX program. He announced earlier this week that the UK would donate 100 million doses over the next year, along with President Biden's announcement that the U.S. would be donating 500 million doses starting this August. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation Radio Show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values, and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930. And use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg. And get your first year on me.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, real quick, like here, under the show notes, someone sent me an email a little bit earlier this morning asking, how do I get my additional 10% off for being a CDL holder? See, I haven't had to go through that process. I know if you use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, that gets you 10% off. Then you get another 10% if you're a military, first responder, CDL holder. There's supposed to be someplace at the checkout there. I think it's the kind of thing you have to do like a verification. You have to, if you're a retired military, you're like a DD-214, active military, I guess you should have your military ID. CDL holders, I think you need to somehow send them a copy of your CDL. Maybe Knucklebuster can answer that here because he's hanging on, coming up in a minute. And, of course, every Thursday you've got the Hot Shot Secret Live program from the headquarters there in Mount Gilead, Ohio, 1:30 Eastern Time on their Facebook and YouTube channels. Yeah, they talk about different things from week to week, everything automotive, different products. And, of course, they answer questions, keep you updated on, what's happening around Hot Shot Secret. If you missed last week's episode, this past Thursday, I know the focus was on the Never Rust lubricant. Comes in a spray can. People have asked, hey, do you have a Hot Shot Secret spray? Yes. It's called the Never Rust lubricant. And this week's 5-star review from a guy named Brad. He said, I've used this for multiple applications. It's the best stuff on the market. Gonna order several more cans to use to undercoat the frame on my truck to stop the rust in its tracks. So if you want to go back and check out last Thursday's episode, you can always find that on their podcast. And, of course, coming up this Thursday's edition, the focus is going to be on their, kind of what got it all started, the Stiction Eliminator. So that'll be this Thursday, June the 17th. Kyle actually had a weekend off during this busy racing season. But he'll be back out and about later this week, heading off to Pennsylvania. Bracket racing this time around. What do we have coming up here? You got the 7th annual Mutt and Jeff race, 17th through the 19th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Beaver Springs Dragway. I believe that's the one he's going to be at. Of course, tractor pull action, the NTPA Budweiser Dairyland Nationals coming up the week after, June the 24th through the 26th there in Wisconsin, Recreation Park. Also, that same weekend, June the 25th and 26th, it's on over to Virginia Motorsports Park, Holly Rock Customs Summer Diesel Showdown #2. Some of the racing action we've got coming up on the slate, where you'll see a number of Hot Shot Secret sponsored cars, trucks, tractors at the tractor pools. Good times. All right, back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Hello, Knucklebuster. It is that loneliest hour in radio.
Yes, sir. It is almost quitting time, too. Well, I'm like you, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm not real tech savvy, but I'll give you Mama Knucklebuster's phone number, and it's 3:45 in the morning, so you can call her and wake her up and ask her. It might not fare too well for you, and I'll probably get my ass chewed out if you done it, right?
Exactly,
so
yeah.
We'll leave her sleeping.
So you let Mama Knucklebuster do all the ordering for you, in other words.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's a lot smarter at that stuff than I am, man. Well, speaking of the weather, it was 96 degrees there at the house today, and with a heat index of 108. All that rain didn't do nothing but create more humidity there. So I was glad to see the sun go down and it cool off there. Speaking about going out there to outer space, / the Twilight Zone there, I'm still waiting on my flying car in California to fall off in the ocean. So I hadn't seen one of them either, but I might not be able to afford that flying car anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And those UFOs, well, they ain't no little green men running around on Earth unless you got some bad food or something there, you know. But they're all drones. I've read several articles on drones this weekend there. They're trying to, they think they've pretty much got it down pat now. Say you've got a drone that'll carry a SEAL team or a Marine Corps recon team and not only fly in, but can go underwater and put them right there on the beach. And then when they go in and do what they got to do, they can come back out and retract opposite of what they done there. So I thought that was a pretty unique thing there. But we're not the only ones with that technology. And they're trying to keep people from that want to do us harm. And they've got a way they've come up with. I don't know what all it entails there, but it keeps them away from our places like Oak Ridge, Tennessee, nuclear sites. So I don't know what all that entails. I guess how they can identify them or something there. But, you know, Al Moore, he's been lying to us for a long time, Steve. A long time. And I'm 540 feet above sea level right now. I could really care less if the ocean rose 3 feet. And it ain't done that yet either. So I'm all for gun control. Hit what you're aiming at. You never leave home without your water blaster there. You know, you never know when you're going to leave these there. And I am a firm believer that God is great, fear is good, people are crazy, and this world has really gone crazy. People drive just like nuts nowadays, Steve, out here. I mean, I don't know how they drive up there in Cincinnati, but if you ever drove around Memphis, you'll know you've got to have a camera. Not only you need a witness, you got to have a camera looking out for you, helping you out. If somebody runs into you, better be able to prove it was their fault and not yours there. Mm-hmm. I've got one in both of my pickups and one in Mama Knucklebuster's car. She's an insurance person, so you knew that was coming there, right?
Exactly.
And I know it's not Friday, but I got a DA nominee. You know, I was born and raised around a bunch of rednecks, but I seen one tonight. He was an owner-operator. He had a house air conditioner in his truck. Now, I understand that. I've seen people cut holes in the back wall of the sleeper and put one back there. But this guy had it hanging out his passenger window. There was no way he could have even seen the right mirror. I mean, that's just nuts. That scared me. Well, as a matter of fact, it did scare me. I backed out and let him on because I knew he wouldn't be able to see anything to get over. And final bit I got here, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret. Make sure you buy one for a T-shirt for your wife there from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, because Steve Sommers' name will look a lot better on her than it will you. So. And that's all my baloney for today. Let's kick it on up in high gear and get on to the house. Steve, have a great, blessed day, bro.
All right, there you go. Yeah, I think I'll opt out of calling Mama Knucklebuster this time of the morning. All right, some of our listening friends who all checking in here in the last little bit via the discussion board. Let's see. Gary said, Steve, the SRX series, it's a breath of fresh air compared to NASCAR. I'll definitely be watching them on the dirt from Knoxville. I guess that's the next race coming up. Gary's from L.A. That's Lower Alabama, right, Gary? Residing right now at the summer home in the North Georgia mountains. Still hanging in there like a hair on a biscuit. Continue to listen most nights. Keep up the good work for all the drivers out there supplying America. All right. Yeah, and I mentioned the Never Rust spray. Sylvester said, what a great show. Make sure you buy your Hot Shot Secret. They won't ship the Never Rust spray there to Australia. But that I got an email a little over an hour ago from Possum Breath. And it almost brings a tear to the eye. Old Possum Breath here. Steve just wanted to say hello. I'm back in the great Buckeye State, currently staying with Moose. I've placed the property in Washington State on the market and will hopefully get it sold soon. I'm hoping to find a small place in maybe in and around Hamilton to buy and spend the last few years back home. It's truly been a learning experience living without my wife. I realized just how dependent I was the morning I woke up and she was gone. As many know, we lost our son in 1986 in a motorcycle accident. And the only family I have left is my grandson and his kids, and they're here. And that's where I know I want to be when my time comes. I bought a double plot and interred Sandy there beside our son, and no doubt I'll be there too. It was a real blessing to reconnect with Moose. His generosity has allowed me to make this transition without putting a tremendous hardship on the grandkids. I'll tell you, friends, and I mean true friends, are truly a gift from God. Your father, Dale, was a true friend, and I appreciate you taking up the sword, so to speak, and continuing to keep the trucking show alive. So many things have come and gone in our last 80 years or so, but I'm glad we still have the show. I'm going to get a local number as soon as possible, and I promise I'll call in at least one more time before I go 1042 for the last time. Hope all is well with you and your friends. Sincerely, Possum Breath. Yeah, it's got to be a struggle there, Possum Breath, right? I mean, none of us like to think about it. But I guess as we all continue to get older, we're not getting any younger. Yeah, kind of like Heatwave was, somewhat kidding around about, if I happen to go first, this is what you do with, our life insurance money and vice versa and all. But yeah, Possum Breath, so sorry about your loss there. And yeah, I've never met Big Moose. I have not at this point. And I don't know what is the deal. I don't think Moose ever called the program in my previous locale. It's almost like we made the move to the Hot Shot secret bunker, and he called in for the very first time in that first few nights, right out of the box, and it just he's become a fixture to the program, much like you were, Possum Breath, back in the day, almost like a nightly contributor with Fat Man and Little Brother and so many others. Yeah. Well, we'll look forward to that call. And hopefully many others. Let's see here. Truck and Phil checks in this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Monday. How about this? Pat O'Ward wins the Detroit Grand Prix. Who knew? Ready to depart Fort Wayne, Indiana for the greater Detroit suburbs of Sterling Heights, Michigan. 194 days till Christmas. Okay, he sent me the link there, I guess, in regards to the Detroit Grand Prix. And what's his name? Wheelchair Dave said that was a great race as well over the weekend. Kind of it was a double header kind of thing, I guess. Marcus Ericsson got the win in duel number 1. And then from the Detroit Free Pest, Joseph Newgarden won the pole for race number 2 of the Chevy Detroit Grand Prix doubleheader, and then put Team Penske in position to earn its first win of the season later in the afternoon. Would Newgarden have trouble finishing the deal? The same way his Team Penske teammate Will Power did in race 1 on Saturday when he failed to restart his car. when the race resumed following a 20-minute red flag period while he was holding the lead. Yes, there was drama, and no, Newgarden could not hold on as 22-year-old Mexican Pato O'Ward put on a late charge for the ages to go from 5th to victory lane after the final restart when there were only 7 laps remaining. Now, that's pretty big, from 5th to 1st with just 7 laps left in the race. That's O'Ward's second win of the season and career in the number 5 Chevrolet for the Arrow McLaren team owned by Sam Schmidt and Rick Peterson. Yeah, apparently, they say, yep, the young guns are taking over the IndyCar Series with O'Ward now the points leader, owning the top spot by a single point over 24-year-old Alex Palou, who is in his first season with Chip Ganassi Racing. Palou's teammate, 6-time series champion Scott Dixon, is 36 points behind. So, yeah, everywhere you turn had racing action over the past weekend. And, like Wheelchair Dave said, it was almost like a Memorial Day weekend kind of action all over the place. So, again, trust you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome into a Monday. We'll close things out here on a Monday morning. And in case you missed it last week, we did not have Joel Morrow with us here. Morrow's on Monday. Yeah, Joel obviously will not be with us next Monday. I'm not sure how long it'll take him, as he'll be going under the knife coming up this Thursday, the 17th, to have that heart valve replacement taken care of. So keep him in your thoughts and your prayers this upcoming week. And we'll let you know how the surgery goes and whatnot, hopefully on our Friday morning program. Meanwhile, have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with us. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.